Good morning, PGTs in English of all the EMR schools under STSC Development Department. Now the main aim of conducting this type of orientation program is to acquaint you people regarding the new mode of examination which has been decided by the CBSE board, so that you will transmit it to your students. Now, as per the decision of the CBSE, due to this ongoing pandemic, has decided to conduct two examinations. That is Term 1 examination and Term 2 examination. Term 1 examination will be held. Term 1 examination will be held in the month of November and December, and the CBSE board has given a flexible time, because as you know that our schools are located in very remote areas, as well as the conditions where the environment is not favorable, even if in Himalayas, some Uttarakhand, hilly areas, and deserts like Rajasthan, as well as in few of the foreign countries. So CBSE has given a flexible time of 1 month to the respective principals, those where the schools are situated in a very environment opposite situation, so that they can conduct it. Now this Term 1 examination will be a MCQ, multiple choice type of question examination, where the questions will be either case-based examination or a reasoning type of examination. Now this MCQ type examination will be of 90 minutes duration, where 50% of the syllabi will be covered. Then the questions are to be framed by CBSE. The CBSE will send the questions to all the principals of the respective schools, where along with the questions, they will send the scheme of evaluation to the principals. Now for this examination, your principals are not the superintendents. The CBSE will decide who will be the superintendent for this examination, as well as who will be the observers for this examination. And as you know, most probably the supervisor as well as the superintendents may be somewhere near to your schools, or that will be finalized by the CBSE board, so that they can go to your school and conduct the examination. Now, once the examination is conducted, the examination will be conducted in OMR sheets. Now, after the examination is over in the OMR sheets, the evaluation process may be in two ways. First type is that the scanned copy of the students will be uploaded in the CBSE portal. So CBSE will evaluate it at their end. This is the first type. If it is not there, if this type of method is not followed, then you people will be evaluating these scripts as per the scheme of evaluation that has been sent by the CBSE, and you will award the mark, and these marks will be uploaded on the very day of the examination. That means the date of examination and uploading of the mark by your principal will be the same day. It will not differ. On the very day, the marks are to be uploaded in the CBSE portal by your principal. And those marks will contribute to the final overall score of the students. This is regarding Term 1 examination. Now, regarding Term 2 examination, the Term 2 examination will be held in the month of March, April 2022, where the rest 50% of the syllabi will be covered. Now here, the questions will be of three types. First, it will be MCQ type, basing on the situation-based question. it will be open-ended type of question, or it will be short answer and a long answer type of question. In the term 1, we were having only MCQ. In term 2, either situation-based MCQ or open-ended questions and short answer or long answer type of questions. So as we are having 3 type of questions as far as the term 2 examination is concerned, so this examination will be of 120 minutes duration. Now, suppose by the month of March and April 2022, the situation is not conducive for holding the examination on offline, then it will be again reverted back. That means if the situation is not favorable for the students to come to the school and appear the examination physically, it will be again MCQ based questions. And at that time, the board will decide whether it will from their respective homes or from the school with different groups. Now, and if it is MCQ type in term 2, it will be also in 90 minutes. If all 3 type of questions, 120 minutes, or alternatively, if the situation is not favorable, it will be again reverted back to MCQ with 90 minutes. And that mark and everything will be uploaded in the CBSE portal, or you people will evaluate it and the principal will upload it in the CBSE portal. And the marks that will also cover the final overall score for the students. The marks of the term 1 and term 2 will be combined together, and the final grade will be declared by the CBSE board. Result will be declared by the CBSE. Few other things are there. I'm not going because sir has already come. So as you find that on this particular day, as this is the date for English, now on my side, left hand side, is Dr. Siddhartha Misra. Siddhartha Misra, and he has retired from SKCG College, SKCG Autonomous College, Parakhamandi. So I don't want to become a bar between him and between you. So now I request Dr. Siddhartha Misra, my colleague, to start his first session. Thank you, Dr. Misra. Tutu.
Good morning, students.
So there are teachers.
Sorry, good morning, teachers.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm assigned poetry for your part 2 exam. So there are 2 poems. It says, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever," and then Adrian Beach on Jennifer's title. It says, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever." It's not a separate poem. It's only the first part of this long poem, Endymion. So, shall we go straight to the poem?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's just read the poem. "A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It will never pass into nothingness, but will keep a bower quiet for us and a sleep full of sweet dreams and health and quiet breathing. Therefore, on every morrow, are we reading a flowery band to bind us to the earth, spite of despondence and of inhuman dearth of noble natures, and of all the gloomy days, of all the unhealthy and over-darkened ways made for our searching. Yes, in spite of all, some shape of beauty moves away the pall from our dark spirits, such the sun, the moon, trees old and young, sprouting a shady boon for simple sheep, and such are daffodils with the green world they live in, and clear reels that for themselves a cooling covert met against the hot season. The mid-forest brake reach with a sprinkling of fair musk rose blooms, and such too is the grandeur of the doom we have imagined for the mighty dead. All lovely tales that we have heard or read, an endless fountain of immortal drink pouring unto us from the heaven's brink. This is the whole poem. Have you got the copy of the poems with you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go a little bit detailed to the poem. So you see that the whole poem is built upon one contrast. On the one side, you have things of beauty and all the good things they bring to our lives. On the other side, we have all the troubles that we invite for ourselves by what the poet calls our searching. What this searching is, we'll soon find out. Perhaps as Wordsworth has time and again reminded us, this searching is for searching of worldly pleasure, material pleasure. And for our pursuit of material things, we bring many disadvantages, many disasters in our life, against which the things of beauty are for us a remedy. So we'll try to bring the two sides of the poem closely together so that you can easily understand what the poet is trying to tell us. First thing, the thing of beauty is a joy for creation. So you see that the beauty doesn't fade here. It is a joy forever. So the joy that we derive from a thing of beauty lasts all through our life. Its loveliness increases. It appears more and more beautiful as days pass. It will never pass into nothingness. It will never die. It will never pass into nothingness, but will keep a bower quiet for us. For a romantic poet like Keats, the greatest happiness derives from retiring from the world of noises to a peaceful, quiet place in nature. A bower, a shady cover under which all the noise, all the bustle of the city life will be forgotten. We'll have a quiet place, a bower, quiet for us, a sleep full of sweet dreams and health and quiet breathing. Look at this sleep. This sleep will not be ruined by nightmares, by the bad dreams that often assail us. It will be full of sweet dreams and health and quiet breathing. Look at the repetition of the words quiet here. Romantics always detested the city life with its sick, hurry, undivided ends. This is a phrase that I have borrowed from Machiwadu. But Wordsworth had also talked about the din and bustle of city life. So to retire to a peaceful setting, a quiet setting where we forget the din and bustle of city life, that is perhaps the greatest of pleasures for the romantics. So the quiet is repeated, a bower quiet for us and a sleep that assures quiet breathing. So it's the quietness. It's the removal from the din and bustle of city life that always haunts this world. Therefore, on every morrow, are we reading a flowery band to bind us to the earth. What is this flowery band? We read a flowery band. Can you just tell me what exactly Kish is trying to tell us here? We read a flowery band. Any response from your sides? A flowery band?
Weaving into a
garland. Okay. We sometimes weave garlands of flowers. Why do you weave these garlands of flowers? We honor people with the garlands of flowers. We also offer them to our gods. So every morning we read the flowery band, but kids say that we do not do this only to offer to the gods or to honor our heroes. We do this to bind us to the earth. The earth gives us plants, the earth gives us flowers, all these beautiful things. So it is as if we are indebted to the earth, we are bound to the earth through this act of weaving garlands. So, in spite of all our troubles, we are grateful to the earth. Then he points out to bind us to the earth in spite of despondence, in spite of introduces the contrary note. We have all these things, above are quiet for us, a sleep full of sweet dreams, all those things. then in spite of the fact means what the poet is now going to tell you is the opposite of these things. In spite of despondence. Despondence means total hopelessness and of inhuman dearth of noble natures. How often do we find noble qualities in men on this earth? We find that everyone is busy with his own work, with his own pursuit of worldly success. There are very few people who come out to help others, even when it is against their own interest. Such noble natures, spirit of kindness, spirit of fellow feeling, that is sadly lacking in modern men. But Keats here says that it is a dearth of noble natures, scarcity of noble natures. No one is noble here. Everyone is mean, everyone is selfish, and everyone is for his own interest. And noble nature actually remains only a dream. And this is inhuman rather. Men are to be distinguished from beasts by their noble nature, by their qualities of kindness, sympathy, and fellow feeling. But unfortunately, these are the things that are lacking in modern men. Perhaps nobody has sensed it more deeply than Keats. When his Endymion, Lamia, and the other long poems were first published, were so bitterly criticized that Shelley, one of the fellow poets of Keats, said that this bitter criticism was one of the reasons why Keats died so young. Keats died at the age of 26. And the poems that he has left for us are full of such rich promise that many feel that he could have been as great as Shakespeare himself. He was the last of the romantics to be born and the first of the romantics to die. And people say he was such a sensitive man. This harsh criticism that he received for his poems like Endymion was one of the main reasons for his early death. He could not bear these harsh comments. That was the reason for his death. So, this inhuman dearth of noble nature. Noble nature is sadly lacking in modern men. We are all selfish. We are all after our own profit. We forget how to be kind to our fellow creatures, how to be sympathetic towards them. And this is all. And of the gloomy days, of all the unhealthy and over-darkened ways made for our searching. So what is the reason for this? What is the reason for this dearth of noble nature? For the dearth of noble nature, for despondence, for the gloomy days, dark and sad days that encircle us. Dark and sad days, gloomy days. No one is really happy in these times. What is the reason for our gloominess? Gloomy days, all the unhealthy and over darkened ways, unhealthy ways, the means that we adopt for worldly success, the many unhealthy practices, the over darkened ways, excessively evil means that we adopt, over darkened, excessively evil means that we adopt for our seeking, made for our searching. What do we search in life? Unfortunately, we do not want peace. We want success in life. We want success in our lives. We want worldly success. In this search for worldly success, we bring all these evil things in our life. Our life is full of gloom. Our life is full of despondence. And we are sadly lacking in noble natures. All this for our searching, our search for worldly success. But in spite of all these things, still, when you turn to the things of beauty, our life changes. They're a source of comfort. They're a source of unending joy. And what are those things of beauty? In spite of all, some shape of beauty moves away the pall from our dark spirits. How do you define this dark spirits? The dark spirit. He has talked about the gloominess, he has talked about the despondence. That actually fills up our whole being. There is no true happiness for modern man. So this dark spirit, our entire being is so to say, covered with a feeling of gloom, a feeling of despondence. So it is as if there is a cover, a pall, a cover of gloom, a cover of darkness wrapping our entire being. Then this shape of beauty will remove that pall, will remove that cover, so that there will be no gloom and we'll be having a blessed life. Moves away the pall from our dark spirits. Such the sun, the moon, trees old and young, sprouting a shady boon for simple sheep, and such a daffodils with the green world they live in, and clear reels that for themselves a cooling covert make against the hot season. So look at the list of things of beauty that kids gives us. The sun, the moon, trees old and young. The sun, the moon, trees old and young, sprouting a shady boon for simple sheep. Trees old and young are beautiful because they sprout leaves which provide shade, a shady boon, said to simple sheep. If sheep can stand for all humanity, the simple creatures of nature, they find a boon, a blessing in the shade of these trees, old and young, in their sprouted leaves, in their branches full of leaves. So you see, therefore, and such as daffodils with the green world they live in, and clear rills that for themselves a cooling covert make against the hot season. What are the rills? Or Nirmal, how do you define the rills? What are the rills?
So
Am I
small
audible?
streams.
Reels mean?
Yes, sir.
Reels mean what?
Sir, small streams.
Okay. Usually, you see that when water flows over a rock, it makes a channel, a narrow channel on those rocks, or even on the earth it flows. These narrow channels, these small streams, are actually called the reels. So the reels that for themselves a cooling covert make. These reels going under a covert, or you can say a shady cover, where if you sit there, you can have a cooling effect. So it is always this coolness, this quiet. These are the sources of beauty for kids. So he thinks that the source of beauty actually lies in nature. In one point, these are the sources of beauty: sun, the moon, the trees old and young, then the daffodils, then the streams, the small streams. So it is nature, uncorrupted nature, the green world, that is actually the source of beauty that kids talks about. But is there any other source of pleasure then? Any other source of beauty? The mid-forest break. The break is actually the thickness of thorns actually. Break rich with a sprinkle of fair musk rose blooms. Once again, the beautiful flowers, the musk rose blooms. And such too is the grandeur of the dooms we have imagined for the mighty dead. Why are the dead mighty? The grandeur of the doom we have imagined for our mighty dead. What kind of grandeur is there in death? Can death be a grand affair? Death is something that frightens us all through our life. And why should kids talk about the grandeur of death, grandeur of doom? The grandeur of doom we have
Excuse me, sir.
imagined. Yeah.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes. Yes, just tell me.
Sir, sir kindly explain this line that reach with the sprinkling of fair musk rose bloom. Sir, can you explain this line, sir? Again, sir.
Musk rose.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mid forest breaks, reach
With a sprinkling of fair musk.
Sprinkling of
Yes, sir.
fair musk rose blooms. You see, musk rose blooms. Blooms, flowers. the blossoms you can say. Musk rose is a wild flower. This was always
Yes, sir.
in love with the sweet smell of this flower. A wild flower, the musk rose, sprinkling. So you see that on the bush, when the musk rose comes out, it comes out in large numbers. So the large number of musk rose blooms filling the plants. So you find that the horns, the bracts are full of plants, full of musk rose plants that are rich now with the blossoms, the musk rose blooms. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So you see that up to this point, he was simply describing the world of nature. He was talking about the sun, he was talking about the moon, he was talking about trees old and young. Then he talked about the daffodils, then about the reels or streams, and now about the musk rose blooms. So you find that this world of nature is a source of joy. Then all on a sudden, he changes and says that even that is a source of joy. The grandeur of the doom we have imagined for the mighty dead. Even this death is a source of joy. But he's not simply talking about death. He's talking about the mighty dead. Why are the dead mighty, powerful? Can you imagine? Can you think of the dead as mighty? They are totally lifeless and inert creatures. How can you think of them as mighty? Can you think of some explanation for this? A mighty dead.
Excuse me, sir.
Uh,
Sir, the
Oh.
person who is dead now, perhaps he has
Yes.
left some noble deeds behind him or her, sir.
okay.
I
He
think
has
so,
not
sir.
left that. So he's only talking about those dead people who have left some noble deeds. What about the ordinary people also who die? They are not mighty. When he talks about the mighty dead, is he
Sir.
talking about some category of dead people, or he's talking about the entire?
Sir.
Okay, just
Yes.
tell me.
Sir, mighty. Sir, here not about the ordinary people. That ordinary people are like we people. And extraordinary people like mighty people are not like ordinary people. They are intelligence. They are different from, I think.
Okay, you just mean say that he is
Sir,
simply talking about the mighty people who are dead, or he is talking about the entire group of dead people as mighty. I'm just asking that.
Sir, can I have my answer, sir?
You can.
Sir, can I have my
Just-
answer?
Yes,
Sir,
just tell me.
all my good morning, sir.
Okay, good morning.
Sir, as sir and madam said that mighty means those who have done good deeds. But as per
Okay.
what I thought, sir, birth, that
Uh,
means one day we all will die, sir. So no, in
okay.
this world, no one has ever won the death, sir. If we have here,
Okay.
definitely we will die, sir. So in this
Hmm.
sense, in this case, death is mighty. It is having the power to kill us, sir. We can't survive.
Uh,
When our death will come, we will
Oh.
die, sir.
Okay, you think that he's simply talking not about the dead, he's talking about the mighty death. That death is all powerful. You mean that?
Yes, yes, sir. Death is powerful here, sir. If you take earth,
But
we
he's
will
talking
die.
about the dead as mighty, not death as mighty. For me, the explanation is this. Once you die, you do not have any reason to fear all the evil powers of the earth. They can do you no harm. Shakespeare has talked about that. that the evil weather, the schemes of evil men, they will have no effect on the dead. You do not have to fear all those things. As long as you live, you are afraid of all those things. The moment you die, all these worldly evils, all these powerful men,
Sir,
all these powerful, nasty weathers, the fury of nature, the fury of men will have
excuse
no.
me, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
भारी
just
क्वेश्चन
tell
है
me.
माने को भारी आंसर लिखुछन माने
sir,
Repeated
means
sir.
it is for eternal peace, sir.
Eternal peace would be a
Means
different
death
thing.
after death. Is going in the favor of the means we are he want to means negative capability. He was famous for the negative capability to go from this worldly
No.
pleasure, and after death that is expected that we will get that eternal peace.
No. When he talks about the grandeur, then he talks about imagined, then he talks about the mighty deed. So you see that the peaceful life that we can have after death. But we are not simply coming to that first. First thing, why they are mighty.
But still
Why
there is
they are
after we have no concern after death, sir. But they are only in romantic sense means imaginatively they have told.
Okay, we'll come to that imagine, that grandeur. First, we'll simply
Sir.
say that the dead are mighty simple because all the powers on earth cannot do any harm to them. Neither the fury of nature, neither the evil designs of powerful men can have any effect of them. They need not fear all worldly powers. So they are powerful. They are mighty. I'm just returning to Shakespeare's poem where he said that fear no more. I think you might have read that poem. Fear no more all those evil things of heart because you are now dead. So if you do not fear all these things, you are mighty. But then what about imagine? What about the what about the doom? It talks about the grandeur of the doom we have imagined. It talks about the doomsday. Any Christian among you?
No, sir.
Anyone who can explain to me the doomsday?
Means in though not Christian, but we are telling still.
Okay, we know all these things. Just tell me what is the doomsday?
Doomsday means ultimate the day the total earth will be destroyed. Or ultimately that will
Okay.
come one day. Means that theme is there also in Fire and Ice, the poem by Robert Frost sir also given there.
It's written in the Bible itself.
Means you all will be doomed eternally, sir.
Yes.
Finally.
That will be the day of judgment.
Judgment, yes, sir. Finally.
Last day of existence.
Yes, sir. The doomsday is the day of judgment when all will die.
Yeah.
And all will come before God for the judgment. According to your activities on earth, maybe you'll be sent to hell or to heaven. So whatever that, all that we have imagined of a doomsday, when the entire world will come to an end, and all living creatures will have to be assessed before God. So we have imagined this. A time will come. You see that Don has beautifully expressed that in his poem. Death, he will die. When he said, there will be no more death. Death will die. Because all will be dead. There will be no one living. So death itself will die. So on that day of judgment, that we have imagined, for the mighty dead, for the dead who are already dead, for those who have just died, even those who are living and will die now. All will come before God. His mighty death. We have imagined that. Any problem? Any problem?
Hello, you are all requested not to talk amongst yourselves. The PGTs, please note that you should not talk amongst yourself, or when the mic is on, you should not talk with any of the family members that is coming over here, because that is being recorded to be produced to Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. So from which corner it is coming, and you will be unnecessarily punished. Please take note of that and don't talk amongst yourself, and don't allow any of the family members to talk along with you during this prayer, because this is being recorded and will be sent to Mota, Government of India. So please kindly note of this. Thank you.
Of course, if you have any problems, you can directly share it with me, so that we, at least when we return home, we have a very clear idea of the poem. Because you see that your opinion as readers of the poem is as much important as my opinion over the poems. So after the world of nature, Keats points out that Keats points out that it is our imaginative literature, the grand way in which we think that there will be the day of judgment, where the mighty dead will all assemble. The grandeur of that. That is why it is grand. We imagined a grand assemblage of all people, all the dead and all the living. That is our doomsday. Then he also talks about all loving tales that we have heard or read, all beautiful stories. The stories that we have heard or read, they are also a source of joy. So for kids, a thing of beauty is not simply the beautiful nature, it is also the beautiful imaginary world of literary and religious creations. Our imaginary world is also a source of joy. The tales that we have heard or read, and all these things are an endless fountain of immortal drink. An endless fountain. This water never dies, never dries out. There's an endless fountain of immortal drink pouring unto us from heaven's brink. From the brink of heaven, from the border of heaven, from the outer limits of heaven, they pour on us constantly. So that's the end of the poem. We can have now any discussions that you like to have on it. I've simply given you my interpretation of the poem. There might be different views about it. For me, it is simply a contrast between the beautiful world of nature and imaginary literature and the mundane world of material good that we are all seeking in this world. Our seeking for material goods has brought all the disasters to the world, but the nature with all its beauty and the imaginative literature with all its joys have filled us with joy forever and endless loveliness. Anything else that you want to know?
Sir, we find the poet here, he is referred to the grandeur of the dooms as well as mighty dead. Sir, is it referred in order to create a contradiction between this, what you told, the beautiful world as well as the, what do you say, the worldly pleasures? Is it just
Worldly
to
pleasures.
cite, yeah, to in order to that is have a contradiction, to create the contradiction, or to say something
No,
else? Sir?
contradiction, you see, the contradictory part is when he's talked about in spite of.
Sir.
The very phrase in spite of introduce the contradictory note.
Sir.
The contradictions are simply this: despondence, inhuman dearth of noble natures, the gloomy days, and the unhealthy and over-darkened ways. All these for what? Made for our searching. These are all made for our searching. What do we search in life? Every one of us.
Sir.
We are not hermits. We are worldly men who search worldly success.
Sir.
And this search for material goods have brought all these evils on earth. But against these evils, the world of nature is a comfort. The world of nature and the world of imaginary stories. So there is no contrast here in the mighty dead and the grandeur of the doom. It appears to be paradoxical, because death can never be a grand. It appears paradoxical. But the way we have imagined our doomsday, that is grand. All the paraphernalia that goes with the doomsday, and all those mighty dead, mighty in their numbers, the numerous people who have died, and mighty because they are beyond the reach of all worldly evils.
Sir, then can we say that, sir, then can we say that these grandeur of the dooms as well as mighty dead, these are the source of joy forever also?
Source of?
Joy forever.
Yes.
Can we?
You see that even that death, that means that worldly troubles will not last forever. Once you die, your troubles are also over, and you will have eternal bliss. So in that sense only, perhaps, death can also be a source of joy. For people who suffer on this earth, death is a joy, because it means the end of suffering. And once you die, you are beyond their influence altogether. Then the other thing is this tales, lovely tales we have heard and read. So imaginative literature and the world of nature, the two worlds, they are sources of eternal joy. A joy that is love, the beauty that will never come to nothingness, that will never die. So,
Sir,
you see that with this,
excuse me, sir.
okay,
Sir,
okay, I'm listening. Oh, it's not coming clear.
Madam, your voice is not
broken.
audible. Yeah.
It's broken actually. Just adjust your mic.
Am I audible, sir?
Okay. Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, so all total, can we say that death is a beauty?
Death is beautiful. No, he said that
yes.
All that we have imagined about death, imagined about
Sir,
the doomsday.
sir,
It's the
actually,
imagination that is beautiful.
sir,
It's not
here he want,
simply death,
I think, excuse me, sir.
okay?
Sir, he wants to idealize, means it's something like utopian society. He's expecting that. But
No,
naturally, after
just
death, we
don't,
have no concern, sir.
okay, don't think about utopia here. There is nothing of utopia here. It's normal. He says that sometimes death is a comfort for us. And for that, our Bible has imagined such a
Sir, then
doomsday.
he,
The entire
then he's an
paraphernalia
escapist.
that goes. Okay?
Then we are escapists, sir. Then we all
We are
escapists. Then we should follow. Then he want.
escapists. You
Then
see that in one sense, you can say that the romantics are escapists, but
Dear friends,
Sir.
please allow
Yes, sir.
sir to continue his lecture. Now, after finishing, you better interact. If you interact in
there
between
are
all
2
the
points,
time,
there are 2 points.
Sir,
After
one
the
point
first
finish.
one, there is interaction.
so just here you interact. So it will be a better interaction. In my view, I don't know. It will be because let him finish some part, then you interact. Sir will tell, please interact.
Sir,
Okay,
1 point
please
finish
don't-
already.
Yes,
That's all
don't
right.
worry.
Sir,
You see
already
that the
finished,
first
okay.
poem is over. Okay, we are just talking about how death can be a source of joy. Was it this?
Sir,
And the joy that death brings will be endless. You see that death can be a joy. All that paraphernalia that you have associated with death. So that if worldly life is full of trouble, then death, the extinction, okay, we are just discussing about escaping. You see that people say that romantics, they hate the world, the din and bustle of the world, and want to retire to some beautiful natural setting. There are 2 ways to look at it. Those who love the romantics, they say that they find a better world there. So they are moving towards the better world. They are not escaping from the uglier world. So you see, if I have another picture in front of me, which appears to me better, if I move towards it, I am not an escapist. I am choosing a better world. Do you understand my point?
sir,
They say that romantics find in the world of nature and in the world of imagination a better world.
yes,
So they move towards that better world. They are not escapists. When you escape, you do not bother where you are going. You
Means,
understand that?
there is
Your
safe place, sir.
only from escaping the danger, from the danger.
Live in that imagination.
But romantics do not do that. They think that they are moving towards a better world. It says Nightingale, the better world of imagination, the better world of, you say that is Grecian art. So you see that for the romantics, that world is better than the world that we have built for ourselves. So they have something better, a destination towards which they are moving. They are not bent on escaping. An escapist simply runs away. He doesn't know where he is going.
Yes.
But the romantics know where they are going. They have prepared that world. You understand the
Thanks,
difference between an escapist
Sir. Thanks, sir.
and a romantic.
Sir,
Okay. Now we have also prepared a few multiple choice questions for based upon this text. I think I'll simply discuss them. Now the first question is, a thing of beauty is a joy forever because there are 4 options. A thing of beauty is a joy forever because 1, it can always provide sleep with sweet dreams. It can always provide sleep with sweet dreams. Second, it can keep us healthy Third, it can fill your life with peace and quiet. And the fourth option is all of these.
Sir, what?
That,
Number
look at
3,
the
sir.
first option. It can always provide sleep with sweet dreams. Second, it can keep us
Keep us
healthy.
healthy.
Then third,
Feel your
fill
peace.
our life with peace and quiet. The fourth is all of this.
Sir,
Actually,
all of them.
all of this.
All of
So the option is fourth one,
all
sir.
of the above, sir. All of the
The
above.
fourth
all
option
of them.
is the correct one. There's all of them. Actually, therefore, for all these reasons, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. Then you see, the second question is, our searching for worldly pleasures have caused despondence, paucity of noble natures, excessively evil designs. Look at that. Despondence, paucity of noble natures, excessively evil designs, all of this.
Again, all of these, sir.
All of this.
Yes, that's right. Then the third, the pall on our darkest, the pall on our darker spirits means it talks about the pall on our darker spirits. One, spirits prowling in darkness or ghosts prowling in darkness. One option. Second, the wickedness all around. Third, deceits to cover our crimes. The fourth, a state of hopelessness that covers our being as a piece of cloth covering a corpse, a pall over a dead body. So look at this, a state of hopelessness that covers our being as a piece of cloth covering a corpse. You see that it is the first option is immediately rejected. Spirits prowling in darkness. It's not about ghosts. The second, it's not about the wickedness all around. Also, it's not the deceits to cover our crimes. It is simply this darker spirits. Darker spirits refers to the state of hopelessness. The pall refers to the cover. So the entire state of hopelessness covers our being as a piece of cloth covers a dead body, a corpse. So it is the fourth option. Now question number 4. The beauty of a thing of beauty, first, fades after some time. Second, becomes more and more attractive. Third, is only a sweet dream. D, none of these. The beauty of a thing of beauty fades after some time.
Sir, it is the option of B, sir. It
Second,
increases.
sir. Second one.
Second,
None
sir.
of these.
No,
It's
sir.
the second one. Its
Second one,
loveliness
sir.
increases,
Sir.
Yes, sir.
becomes more and more attractive.
Sir, sir.
Yes, sir.
Second
Yes, sir.
option. Then we weave garlands of flowers because flowers are so beautiful. First option. Second option, we love flowers. The third option, garlands are given to people we honor. Third, they keep us attached to the earth.
Last
Fourth,
one,
sir.
sir.
Fourth.
So the last one, sir.
it
Fourth
talks
option.
Attached
about
to the earth.
to bind us to the earth.
Keep with the earth.
Yes, sir.
Touch to the earth.
Fourth.
Yes, sir.
Fourth.
They say that to bind us to the earth. So
Fourth
the fourth option, they keep us attached to the earth.
Yes.
Then the grandeur of the dome. We're talking about that question that we have all discussed so exhaustively. The grandeur of the dome refers to the elaborate preparation of the doomsday described in the Bible. The elaborate preparation of the doomsday described in the Bible. Second option, the magnificence of scenes of destruction.
Sure. Again, sir.
C, a state of hopelessness which is great. D, the fact that doom can never be grand. So you see that the fourth one you can immediately reject. The doom can never be grand. He is talking about the grandness of doom. So he is not saying that it can never be grand. The third option, a state of hopelessness which is great. He is not talking about hopelessness here. He is talking about a joy forever. So this is
Number
also
2 is the
rejected.
right answer. Number 2.
B, sir. Number B.
No, he,
Number
no,
B,
he's
sir.
not talking about the magnificence of scenes of destruction. The scenes of destruction are not itself magnificent. He's talking about this first one. Elaborate preparations of doomsday. Grandeur refers to this elaborateness that is described in the Bible. So it's option A. We're talking about doomsday and the elaborate description of it in the Bible. Now, the mighty dead refers to the fact that the dead are very powerful. The dead do not harm, do not have to fear punishment from worldly powers. The powerful people who have died, the dead are mighty in numbers and beyond the clutch of worldly evils. It is this fourth one. They are mighty in numbers, a large number of people who are dead. All will assemble on the day, doomsday, and beyond the clutch of worldly evils. Now, the eighth one is, it says things of beauty lie in. What are these things of beauty? The natural world of flowers and leaves, the imaginative world of lovely tales, the sun, the moon, the trees, young and old, all of this. It's
All of these.
It's all of this.
Oh, okay. Now, for my part, this is our discussion for the first point. If you allow me, we can move to the second one, or if there is anything that you want to be clarified about the first point. You will always enjoy the romantic poetry of kids. Someone among you has talked about kids' negative capability. It's a different thing. It says that a poet can sense a fact without directly experiencing it. You can, Shakespeare can at the same time talk of Othello and talk of Iago. He may not directly experience the evil that Iago stands for. But a poet has that negative capability. Without reaching after the facts, you can also describe a thing accurately. Without experiencing it directly, that is the negative capability.
Sir, I think another point, sir, to negate you from this worldly, exactly this world, and to remain in that world, imaginative world, for some moment to create your
Yes,
from your mind.
you are just finding it in another way only. He is talking about the imaginative world. It's
And
right.
it is also written
The
there,
poet
sir,
has-
negative.
No,
So this
negative only in that sense. It's a negative capability. Means that he
very
has
positive
the
capability.
capability to imagine the thing without directly experiencing it. And on the basis of the imagination, to give you a picture that may sound as exactly the accurate thing.
Sir,
So he has
one thing,
that
sir.
negative capability.
Sir, we have to negate from this
No, it's not
practical life.
negating something. No, it's not negating something. It is a capability in the poet to imagine a thing without even directly experiencing it.
This is sixth sense then, this is.
You can go to the definition of the negative capability, the entire 4 or 5 lines that kids has
So-
given.
so
And
that
you
is
can
the-
find it.
So that is the sixth sense. Sir,
Anyway, we can move to a modern point.
It is being recorded,
mute
please.
କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ କିଏ
Mute,
ଅଛନ୍ତି
please.
mute କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ.
It is being recorded
Now let
already.
us move then to the second poem.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Okay.
Just I want to take just 1 or 2 minutes. Sir, actually, as you know, we the teachers have the habit of underlining the difficult part of the text, sir.
Okay.
You know, sir. So today's explanation was very simple, very clarity is there, sir. But one thing I would like to ask here, that again grandeur of the doom, sir. That was also my question. When four options were there in the question that you asked, sir. Exactly, there were we got the meaning that the last day of existence, or it is the day of judgment. So among the 4 options, number 2 also resembles with the answer, sir. Please.
Without the we're
Just
talking
yes.
about the grandeur of the tomb.
Sir, that question.
Yes.
The
Number 7.
magnificence or magnificence of the scenes of destruction is not
Sir.
talking. It's not simply death. We're talking about the scenes of destruction. How can scenes of destruction be magnificent?
If it is the day of judgment, sir. If it is the day of judgment, sir.
It's the day of judgment, but the scenes of destruction is not actually there can be no magnificence.
Sir, there may be the creation of a new world, and the existing world is the last of the existing world, means all the sins of the people, perhaps I may not have a good knowledge about Bible. Sir, yeah.
Will be judged on the
Sir,
basis of your judgment. You will be sent either to hell or to heaven, whatever
Yeah,
that
yes.
may be the
Sir.
process. But we see that the grandeur actually refers to this, the elaborate preparation of the doomsday. All the angels will blow the trumpet, all the dead and the living will assemble at one place, and God will announce the judgment. So that actually is the grandeur. So the first option therefore is there.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Scenes of destruction cannot be magnificent. They can
Okay,
only frighten you, but there will be no awe and wonder in it.
Thanks,
Sir,
sir.
mighty in the sense then it is elaborately.
Yes, elaborate
Yeah.
the entire paraphernalia. That actually refers
That
to
mighty
the
means that same.
the mighty dead, I have simply explained, they are mighty because no powerful force on earth can be of any effect upon them, can do them any harm.
Oh, that one.
The dead
Okay.
are beyond their influence. So therefore,
Yeah.
when we come to the second poem, we will also have the same idea repeated. Let's
Yes.
come to that.
Okay, sir.
Adrian
Okay, sir.
Rich, is one of the most famous feminist critics.
Sir, can I have a small request to you, sir? If you
Yes.
don't mind, sir.
No, I have
Sir,
nothing to mind.
Sir, actually, the chapter A Thing of Beauty, which was discussed by you, it was so awesome, so beautiful, sir. But sir,
Mhm.
regret to say that A Thing of Beauty, it is the chapter of a second term, sir. Means for the final exam of March or April. Sir.
I am actually assigned your second term text actually.
Yes, sir. But what
These
I
are the
want to
2
request,
poems.
sir. Sir, can I
Okay.
request you for term 1 poetry section? Can you help, please, sir?
You see, there may be another session We do not know what is the program actually. But this time it is only the program for the second term. So we have
Yeah,
got
so
only 2 points.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, maximum portions they are coming from term 2 only, and there are no certain
Okay.
chapters from term 1. But I will
Term
not get the
1,
chance.
yeah, you can
Yes, sir.
send your request to your director, and
Yes, sir.
if there is any program, will love to be associated with you in this program also. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it is up to
because
the your director to design the course, and ସୁଭାଷ ସାଙ୍ଗେ କଥା ହେବେ ଯଦି ଦରକାର ତାପରେ କହିଲେ ଆମେ ଆସି ନବା କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଆପଣ କିଛି
okay, sir. Sir, actually, we won't get the chance to interact with you again. That is why, sir, we are requesting.
no, Subhash sir will be contacting us, so you can
Okay,
actually directly tell your director about the problems, and he will make the arrangements accordingly.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Subhash
sir. Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Now, on to Jennifer's Tigers. This is a poem from Adrian Rich. You know that Adrian Rich was a feminist who said that women should learn to stand alone, not to depend upon men, not to depend upon anyone else for their survival on earth. Because the fact is that the world is a man's world. It is a patriarchal world. Men dominate nature, men dominate women. Wherever you go, beginning from the Bible to the writings of the major writers today, woman is never thought of as an entity by herself. The Bible says that Eve was created out of a bone of Adam. God felt that Adam was lonely, so he created Eve out of a bone of Adam. So a woman is a part of man. This very definition, this feeling should go. That a life of a woman is meaningless. A woman is valued because of what she can do for a man. A woman's values lies in her service to a man. In herself, a woman is nothing. That has been the dominant feeling. I would rather like to refer to our very old story of the Ramayana. Now, do you know about Ahalya? Can you just tell me about the story of Ahalya?
No, sir.
We're just going to our own culture, our Ramayana story.
Sir, Ahalya is a lady, okay, who was cursed by his husband when Lord Ramchandra touched, just put his feet on that stone of Ahalya. Then the lady Ahalya became again the womanness. Yes, she turned into woman again.
Once again became a woman.
Turn into stone. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then what is the
What does the story
that,
for me, what does the story imply? A woman is a piece of stone lying on the roadside.
yes.
A woman is a lifeless piece of stone lying on the roadside. When a man, a Maryada Purushottam Ram maybe, trades on her, touches his feet, you see that Varsut did not take Ahalya by his hands. He touched his feet. The woman comes to life.
Yes, sir.
So what is this story? A woman perhaps doesn't have any significance. She's a piece of stone, a lifeless stone on the roadside. Only when a man kicks her, only when a man kicks her, she becomes a woman. So more or less, that has been the dominant feeling about women. Adrian Rich says that we have to change this attitude altogether. Women should, this is a very difficult task. Women should learn to live alone, because within the world of men, they have very little hope. If you want to change this world, you cannot change it through the language, through the structure that men have built. A master's tools cannot bring her house to ruins. If you want to destroy a master's house, you cannot use the master's tools. This is her language. A master's tool cannot destroy the master's house. So don't expect to change this world where men dominate by referring to the structure of that men have built upon around. We have to learn to stand alone. She was a feminist. Now you see that how that feminist life, that men have dominated our lives. Men have been the cause of our worries, the cause of our troubles. If we can escape them, if we can learn to live alone, then alone we can live happily. So look at this Aunt Jennifer's tigers. Aunt Jennifer's tigers prance across a screen. Aunt Jennifer's tigers prance across a screen. Bright topaz denizens of a world of green. Bright topaz denizens of a world of green. They do not fear the men beneath the trees. They do not fear the men beneath the trees. They pace in sleek, chivalric certainty. They pace in sleek, chivalric certainty. Aunt Jennifer's fingers fluttering through her wool. Aunt Jennifer's fingers fluttering through her wool find even the ivory needle hard to pull. Find even the ivory needle hard to pull. The massive weight of uncle's wedding band sits heavily upon Aunt Jennifer's hand. The massive weight of uncle's wedding band sits heavily upon Aunt Jennifer's hand. When Aunt is dead, her terrified hands will lie. Her terrified hands will lie, still ringed with ordeals she was mastered by. Still ringed with ordeals she was mastered by. The tigers in the panel she made will go on prowling, proud and unafraid. The tigers in the panels she made will go on prancing, proud and unafraid. So you see, therefore, the contrast upon which this poem is built. the contrast between the real life of Aunt Jennifer and the art, the life that she has depicted in her art, in the weavings, woolen weavings on the screen. There is a contrast. Her real life and her art life. She has imagined tigers. She imagined chivalric tigers. They do not fear the men. But the reality about her life is she is so weak that she cannot even pull an ivory needle. Her fingers flutter like frightened birds. Flutter like frightened birds. The hands, even after her death, her hands were like terrified hands. These hands will be ringed with ordeals. This is the reality of her life. Ringed with ordeals, terrified hands, weak hands, weak fingers, fluttering like birds in fright, till incapable of pulling out an ivory needle. This is the real life. But the life she depicts on the screen of tigers who do not fear men, who move with a chivalric certainty, who still, at the end of the poem, prance proud and unafraid. What she could not achieve in real life, she achieved only in her art. People say that literature and art is an escape in this sense that it is a wish fulfillment. A wish fulfillment. What you wish but never achieved in life, perhaps you could manage through the pictures that you give in your stories, poems, or pieces of art. So art is a sort of wish fulfillment. Now let us once again go in detail about these two. This is the broad outline of the poem. There are two lives here. The real life of Aunt Jennifer and the life she depicts on the screens. The tigers woven in the panel. The real life is a weak life. The life of a woman who could not raise up her voice. But the life of the art is that of fearless tigers who do not fear men, who still go on jumping, prancing, unafraid and proud. So the details only will serve this contrast. The details will only establish this contrast. Now let us see what are these tigers. Aunt Jennifer's tigers prance across a screen. Bright topaz denizens of a world of green. Are they real tigers?
No, sir.
No, sir.
They are not real tigers. Are they like the real tigers?
Yes,
Remember that.
yes.
How much of them are real, like the tigers that we normally meet in our lives? Do you think that chivalry is associated with tigers? What is chivalry? It's a kind
A
of
state of sir helpfulness, politeness, and humbleness. Is it so? Chivalric.
not
No,
simply
sir. Brave, brave, brave,
it's bravery, particularly
majestical.
associated with respect for women. You talk about medieval heroes, chivalry, they're also highly respectful of women. They're brave and they protect the women. Can you associate that sort of thing with a tiger?
Never, sir.
No.
Never, sir, never.
But then, so this is not like a real tiger. The sort of the tigers that we meet maybe in the zoos or meet in the jungles, in the forests. What are the clues given in this poem, in these first two lines that suggest that these are peculiar tigers? Look at the word denizens. What are denizens?
Dwellers,
Denizens?
dwellers.
Dwellers?
Inhabitants. Dwellers,
Or
say inhabitants like
dwellers, you say. Okay. You see that dwellers of a particular place. Remember that denizens only dwell a specified territory. You say that polar bears are the denizens of the poles. You cannot find them anywhere else.
sir.
So denizen refers to the fact that these creatures are found only in one place, not everywhere.
Confined.
They are confined to a particular place. So then, denizens suggest the artificiality of these tigers. They are not the normal tigers that we meet with. They are only found in the world of green, the green screens upon which they are woven. So topaz also suggests this artificiality. Topaz, the yellow, transparent stone actually.
One of the gems, sir. One of the gem.
Okay, a precious stone that is yellow and transparent. So therefore, you see, topaz, denizen suggests the artificiality of these tigers. They are not the tigers we normally meet with. They are peculiar to the screens, the world of green upon which they are woven. So once this artificiality of the tigers are established in our mind, the creatures of the art are not at all like the tigers that we meet in normal life. Remember that art is not simply a reproduction of what we meet in life. If you draw a piece of art that does not resemble anything you have seen on earth, it doesn't mean that the art is useless.
Art is always superior to real life, sir.
It may be superior, it may be totally different. You see that, but sometimes you say that we cannot create anything totally new. There is that story, if I've read R.S. Scott James, The Making of Literature, you see that once an artist drew a picture of a horse. Then out of his fancy, he put stripes on that horse. He showed that picture to one of his friends. And he said that this is a new creature that I have built, that I have created. And the answer of the friend was that, I think we are pleased to draw a zebra. So you see, the artist thought that he has built something new, what nature has already provided. Things like that which we might not have encountered. So you see therefore that art is not simply an imitation of life. Art may be an improvement on life. Art may be totally divorced from life. Don't judge a piece of art simply on the basis of what we meet in real life. Aristotle said that if you draw a picture of a horse and put two horns on its head, you cannot see that it is a bad piece of art. If the horns properly match the description, the picture of the horse, it can also be a beautiful picture. Just because horses do not have horns, if the artist put a horn on a horse, you cannot say that it is a bad piece of art. So now, I had to refer to all those things simply because I say that the artificiality of the tigers here, the fact that they are not normal tigers that we meet with in our neighbor life, doesn't reduce the value of these tigers. They are the pace in sleek, chivalric certainty. Certainty, they're sure of their power. They're sure that they're powerful. Chivalric, they're respectful of women. Perhaps this is a quality that Adrian Reach has put on her tigers, which may not be there with the tigers at all. But they are brave. And then they're sleek. They're bright, smooth skin. This is all right. But the most important thing about them is they do not fear the men. They do not fear the men. And it is this quality that perhaps has attracted Adrian Rich. Why should she be so obsessed with this? Fear of men. And creatures who do not fear men have become so attractive for this woman poet. We'll soon know why this quality of the tigers is very important for the poet, and that is why she drew this, she wove these tigers on her screens. Now the second stanza gives us the real life of Aunt Jennifer. Aunt Jennifer's fingers fluttering through her wool. Look at the flutter of birds. The flutter is a word associated with fright, with fear. Birds flutter when they see some danger to their lives. So, her fingers flutter. That itself gives us the impression that they're frightened fingers. Find even the ivory needle hard to pull. It's an ivory needle which should move so easily on the woolen weavings. But she cannot even pull the needle. So even the weaving is becoming such a difficult job for her. Her hands flutter, her fingers are weak. Her fingers are weak and cannot pull the needle. Why? The massive weight of uncle's wedding band sits heavily upon Aunt Jennifer's hand. This is simply because of her unhappy married life. A married life in which men dominate. Women we are told the success, the fulfillment of a woman's life lies in submissiveness. A woman's fulfillment lies in self-denial. Look at this. This is the regular belief. A woman's fulfillment of her life lies in self-denial. She has to sacrifice herself for the betterment of her family, for her children, for her husband, and she will not think about herself. This is the bitter truth of married life for women. The massive weight of uncle's wedding band. The weight sits heavily on her shoulders, heavily upon her hand. So what is this band? Maybe the wedding ring. The wedding ring that signifies that she is married. And marriage is a heavy load on her life. She has to drag this throughout her life. This massive weight of uncle's wedding band sits heavily upon Aunt Jennifer's hand. This massive weight suggests that married life had been a drag for her. It's not a happy married life. It's an unhappy married life. The moment uncle put the wedding band, the ring around her fingers, from that moment, she had become subservient to the will of the man. Because that has been the social arrangement, the society created by men. Women, it is said that women should be submissive, women should be passive. She should not demand her own pleasure in life. Her fulfillment lies in self-denial. Look at this contrast. The successful woman is that woman who has denied herself all her life, who has only sacrificed herself for the cause of others. And Aunt Jennifer's massive weight of uncle's wedding band sits heavily upon Aunt Jennifer's hand. And after this troubled married life, when she ultimately died, when she would die, when Aunt is dead, her terrified hands will lie. Her terrified hands, frightened hands. What was she frightened of? Terrified hands. What did she fear? She feared her husband. So the terrified hands still ringed with the audience. The ring that was a sign of her wedlock brought so many ordeals, so many trials to her life that she found it really hard to live, really difficult to live. Still ringed with ordeals, she was mastered by. She could not overcome these difficulties. She could not overcome these ordeals. Rather, she was mastered by them. These ordeals rather defeated her. So she lived a defeated life, a submissive life all through because of her marriage. Her marriage, like as it is with most women, had been a drag. They could not live the life they deserve. For whatever their capabilities be, whatever their strength may be, most often they have to sacrifice it for the well-being of the men in their lives. So, still ringed with ordeals she was mastered by, but the tigers in the panel she made will go on prancing, proud and unafraid. For her tigers would jump as the screen should move, the panels should move. with the wind, proud and unafraid. So she has depicted tigers who would be so different from the life of women, life that women encounter in this world. They will be proud and unafraid. Perhaps Aunt Jennifer had imagined a life for herself like that, but she could not have it. This is the sad reality of married life for women. Marriage is a bondage for women. Very few men sympathize with their women. It is still believed that a woman's fulfillment lies in self-denial. Unfortunately, women are also responsible for this mindset. If you have read feminist literature, you will see that we take pride in the fact that now women have come out from their home. They are working in public places. Women are visible in the world outside now. But what is the reality? Have these successful women thought that their life is successful without their men? Feminist literature would say that in spite of all this success, women still behave as if they are biological creatures whose only purpose is to search for a mate in life. If you have read Shakespeare's Macbeth and seen how Lady Macbeth on one occasion would be powerful enough to induce her husband towards the murder, seemed to dominate over her husband. But what was her prayer at that time to the gods? Did she believe that as a woman she could accomplish it? She said, unsex me, unsex me. As if I'm not equal to the task as a woman. I must be a man, unsexed, before I could accomplish it. So even now, we say that we have the powers now of plastic surgery. A woman can change her figure any way she likes. But have you seen the records? How have women used plastic surgery? They say that quite a large number, more than 50% of plastic surgeries are breast implantations. So they still want to be attractive to men. And that is the sad truth of life. Women who are successful in public life still want that they should be desired men by men. They say that a woman's sexuality is a desire to be desired. A desire to be desired. And that is the real cause for women's domination by men. And here in this poem, Adrian Reich points out that a woman may create figures in art that will describe the importance of fearlessness, the importance of pride, the importance of being unafraid in the real life of a man, a woman. But that is hardly met with in real life. She still allows herself to be dominated by men, by the massive weight of some uncle's wedding ring, so that she is ringed with ordeals. Her life married life is circled with difficulties, with ordeals. And these ordeals she cannot overcome. Rather, these difficulties overpower her, and she remains a submissive creature all through. So, that way, the discussion of the poem is over. I think you can dwell upon this fact. What is the real life of a married woman, and what is the life she wanted to have. The life she desired is depicted in the tigers, and the life she really experienced is sadly reflected in stanza 2 and the first 2 lines of the stanza 3. Any questions over it? Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Sir, I didn't reach female one.
Once you have the contrast fixed in your mind, the poem would be a very simple poem.
Sir, the title Tigers written here.
Yes.
Why
Remember
not
that
Tigress? Why not Tigress, sir? It would have been better, sir.
you see that it doesn't matter whether it is tiger or a tigress.
Still, she's taking support of the men from the title. What suggest, sir?
No. Perhaps a feminist doesn't say that there is really any difference between a man and a woman. The difference that is created is only cultural, not biological. Yes, women are different biologically from men, but that doesn't say that women are weaker than men. It is only this weakness of the woman is a creation of men. So that you see that the feminists who actually tried to change the language, they said that the language is dominated by men. You see that previously, now only this change is come. Previously, you say that man is immortal. It means that man and woman both are mortal. But man has become the common word for men and women.
Humans.
You see that? So language was dominated by men.
Yes.
So language is created from the point of view men. That is what the feminists say. Man is becoming the generic word for both men and women. So we say that he is this, means when we talk about the common qualities of men and women, we talk simply about he. But it is only upon the insistence of feminists that now we are writing C, S/H, so that the C is more important than he. And for that, you see that they wanted to change the language altogether. So you see, therefore, they have created languages like this. They said that the therapist, the word. Can you find the word therapist? You see. Now, these feminists said that we'll change the structure of this language altogether, so that the meaning will ultimately totally be different, and will sabotage the language from within. So you say that therapist becomes the rapist. So they try to change the language from within, subvert the language from within, so that the domination of men over women would end. But women have to learn to stand alone. That is what Adrian did say. So therefore, I say that it doesn't matter about tiger or tigress. They say that perhaps the tigress may be even more powerful than the tiger, but that doesn't matter. It is the important thing is it is Aunt Jennifer's tiger. This is not the normal tiger. Okay, there is no reason to feel privileged as men. Women are equally powerful, but it is only a cultural creation that women are less powerful than men. And it is a sad fact when you see that when it was pointed out that the feminist critics have pointed out that more than 70% of the world's work is done by women. More than 70% of the world's work is done by women. But unfortunately, women own only 10% of the world's wealth. This disproportion tells the truth about whose world this is. Women who do 70% of the world's work own only 10% of the world's wealth. So it is a male-dominated world. And if a woman has to live a dignified life, she has to learn to live by herself. So, in the title is that tigers are not important. The tigers that are created by Aunt Jennifer, they're Aunt Jennifer's tigers. If the tigers had been important, then it would have been Blake's tigers. You know, William Blake has written the poem Tiger. But remember that even that tiger is different from the normal tiger. The spelling of that tiger was T-Y-G-E-R. Blake's tiger. If you get a chance, you read that poem. It is T-Y-G-E-R. As if Blake was also conscious of making his tiger different from the normal tiger. Oh, I think it's a simple poem. This poem, provided you know the surroundings upon which it is written.
Sir, another realistic picture coming to the scenario nowadays. Actually, after being married, it is told that male-dominated
Yes.
society. Actually, in reality, after being married, they are actually totally controlled and totally hypnotized by the woman, and the old fathers, the parents are being tortured. And that picture is coming nowadays, sir. This poem is going to be too much outdated so far that view is concerned.
No, you see, that is also a point. The point, Thapar, is that
Sir, once my teacher told, sir, the wives are the prime ministers and the husbands are the president. So far, the Indian government system is concerned.
okay,
Real head
you
is
say
wife,
that.
and say this coming, sir. Please tell me some lines.
No, there might be some personal anecdotes, but I say that some married men also may have complaints like that. Perhaps the reason is what we expect from the women. If women do not conform to our expectations, then we start feeling that we are tortured by them. So you say, therefore, that is that old story where once there was a meeting where it was announced that we are all dominated by our women. This was the statement. And the president asked the people who support his view to raise up their hands. Do you understand that?
Sir.
The proposition was that we are all henpecked. We are all dominated by our women.
Yes.
That all of you who agree to my view, raise up your hands. All raised up their hands.
No.
only one man did not. And he said that now I am very happy that at least there is one man among us who believed that he was not dominated by women.
Yes.
So he asked him to stand up and said, why didn't you raise up your hand? He said, how can I raise my hand without asking my wife?
Exactly, sir,
Understand?
exactly.
So you see, therefore, that is not the issue. Maybe the real life doesn't lie in either women dominating over men or men dominating over women. It is in working together. We have
Yes,
created a spirit of domination and subordination, but that is not the way to. That is not the way in which society can progress. It is
Yes.
men and women working together without thinking of domination or you say submission. There can be also an ideal relationship between men and women.
Yes.
If you have read the Mahabharata, it was the ideal relationship between Krishna and Draupadi. Krishna was Draupadi's Sakha, and he remained that throughout her life. But how often we forget that? So you see, now we have a little time and we can think about some multiple choice questions here.
Sir, one thing, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. Sir, actually, then if the Aunt Jennifer's Tiger, the title in the title itself, Tiger has no role here, or it is a minimum role, then what is the relevance of Tiger in the theme or the subject matter, sir?
Yes, the relevance of the tiger is that the tiger is not afraid of men. The tiger is, you see that he did not, that third line, they do not fear the man beneath the tree. All women live in fear of their men. That is why marriage has become a drag for them. The massive weight of the marriage ring is too heavy for them. But
Sir,
the tiger's importance lies in the fact that it does not fear the man. For Adrian Reach, the importance lies there. A creature who does not fear man. Both nature and women are dominated by men. That is the usual thing. Man is
Sir,
a
can we
destroyer
say-
of nature, man is destroyer of women also.
Thank you, sir.
can I have my word, sir?
So the relevance of tigers is simply there. They are chivalric, they are respectful of women, which men are not. The tiger remains proud and unafraid. That is what Aunt Jennifer wanted to be, but could not become. Because she was ringed with hurdles.
Sir,
Circled by hurdles.
sir, may I tell?
Okay.
Sir, Aunt Jennifer, that means Arden Rich has consciously used this term tigers and having certain purpose of that feminist viewpoint, or
No, Adrian Rees simply wanted to point out the difference between the imaginary life of a woman and the real life of a woman. So Aunt Jennifer may stand for all women. I say that Adrian Rich was a feminist who simply wanted to establish the fact that a woman should learn to stand alone in life, to remain unafraid. Otherwise, she cannot have a dignified life in a society that is created by men for men.
Sir, can we say that it's a tyranny in between the powers? Tyranny.
Tyranny
tyranny.
is tyranny of men over women. She was talking about that. You see that
Yes,
terrified hands
Yes, yes.
her terrified hands, the massive weight of the wedding ring. So it's the wedlock that has become a lifelong torture for her. There are cases where we say that things might be different, but even we know that even a man like Gandhi did not allow Kasturba to enter her tent, his tent, for one night completely because she visited the Jagannath temple without the permission of Gandhi. Gandhi said that I will not go to the temple because in this temple the SC and ST people are not allowed to it. I will not worship that god. And in spite of his opposition, Kasturba visited the temple, and Gandhi, for that reason, became so angry that he did not allow his wife to enter the tent. And the entire night she spent outside. So we talk about our tolerance, we talk about our respect for women, what this is sometimes a sad truth. Okay, look at the questions now. Now, Aunt Jennifer's tigers are first, real tigers, second, descriptions of tigers, third, domesticated tigers, fourth, woolen figures woven on a screen. So,
Sir,
Last
the
one,
fourth
sir.
one, sir. Last one, fourth one.
now the question number 2, the tigers face in sleek chivalric certainty because they have no doubts about their strength. They are brave, grand, and respectful of women. They have smooth and bright skin. Fourth, all of this.
Number 2, sir.
Yes, 2 is there. They are brave, grand, and respectful. But also they say that chivalric certainty. So they have no doubt about their strength. And they are also sleek. So they have smooth and bright skin. So therefore all of these will be the right answer. Now bright topaz denizens of a world of green signifies the tigers are bright yellow in color. Topaz is transparent, actually, a transparent yellow. The tigers belong to a natural world, a world of green. The tigers are artificial creations not to be seen anywhere except the green screens on which Aunt Jennifer had opened them. Fourth one is none of this. Actually, it is the third one.
Third one, sir.
Yes, sir.
That
Because the
Denny-
tigers were screened.
Peculiar to a particular region. That
Yeah.
peculiar to the screen only. Okay. Then Aunt Jennifer wove tigers on the screen because she loved tigers, because she loved a bright yellow colors. She loved bright yellow colors. She loved the sleekness of the skin of the tigers. Finally, they do not fear men. Yes, is this
They
fact?
do not fear men.
Good, fair man.
They do not fear men, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now question number 5. Aunt Jennifer's fingers could not even pull the ivory needle because the ivory needle, they are too smooth and slippery. Second, they are too heavy. Third, they are too long. Fourth, the fingers have become very weak.
Yes, yes. Number 4, sir.
Yeah, okay.
So the
Last-
fingers
last
have
one.
been
Last one.
weak, sir.
Now question
one.
number 6. The massive weight of uncle's wedding band signifies wedding rings are heavy. The rings are too big. An unhappy married life that made her life a sad and heavy affair had all of this.
Number 3, sir.
Only the C.
Three,
Number
sir.
3.
Third
Unhappy
number.
married
He
life.
is living a life of unhappiness.
Yes.
Unhappy married life.
Life, a life that has made it a heavy affair. Now the number 7, we know that Aunt Jennifer suffered all through her married life because uncle's wedding band hung heavily on her hand. Her hands are terrified. Her hands are ringed with ordeals. All of this.
All of this.
All of these, sir.
Yes, all of these things. Okay, and that completes our discussion of the poem. It's time now. So goodbye. And if you can have I think there are no more difficulties about this point. I've discussed them in detail, and I hope we can meet at some other
May-
time to have
Sir,
more
may we have the phone number, sir? Contact.
Okay, you can have it write down 98614. It is 98614.
Sir.
33658. This is my phone number. So if you have anything to ask me, you are free to discuss them with me.
Also, sir, the difficulty part that was there, you so simply explained that I don't think there will be any doubt anywhere in these 2 poems, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for this.
Very nicely explained.
Actually, poetry is like that. You have to experience it and it becomes very simple. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Namaste.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Hello. Hello, Vijay sir. Hello.
Shall we have a break for 10 to 15 minutes now?
Okay, thank you.
Break now.
Most-
Should you leave or remain?
I think we should remain in the meeting. At least we can go for at least a
10
washroom like
minutes.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it is written 11 to 11:15. Break time is there in the time to lead, sir.
After this, Ajit sir.
Ajit sir, 2 periods
Today?
are there. Your favorite, sir.
Your note, sir. Nice class, nice class. This poem class was nice, but John Kidd still ambiguity is there. Pranab bhai.
Actually, it is the recorded session. I think we should not talk personally.
After.
ये खोल दी
हाँ खोल दिया ना, वो तो पढ़े तो मैं कुछ बस बताओ. Okay. Okay, dear colleagues, now as per the time, it is now 11:15. So we move to the second session, and this session will be taken by Dr. Ajit Kumar Mukherjee. He's a very versatile person, as you know, those who have attended the offline program here, you must have seen, sir. And I do not want to give his introduction. He's a very senior person, much up senior to me also. So I request him to start his deliberation. Dr. Mukherjee, please.
Thank you. Thank you, my good friend, Professor Das, Shuas Das, and all of the participants. As such, we will be teaching, we will be reading here. Huh? What who are the participants? Who are? Can they exchange? Can they talk? Oh, who are the, may I know? Yes. Who are the?
Morning, sir.
Sir, namaste.
Sir,
Sorry,
I
who
am
are the,
Madhusmita
please?
Mahunta.
Please tell your name.
Sir,
Huh?
yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I
Morning,
am
please.
Madhusmita Mahunta. Sir, PGT
Huh?
English from EMRS Rampilo Jajpur.
So how many of you are there? How many of you are there? Yes. How many of you there?
Sir, nine.
Huh?
Sir, 9 participants are there. Sir, 9 participants are
Nine
there.
only. 9 only.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir.
I see. Good. So what is your topic today? What's your topic today? Huh? What's your topic today? Yes, tell me. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Creative
Yes,
writing
sir.
skills, sir. Creative writing skills, sir.
Huh?
Creative writing skills.
Yes, creative.
Writing
Writing?
skills. Skills,
Writing skill.
sir.
Yes, creative writing skill. So what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that creative writing? That
The
you
writing
find
that is original in nature, sir.
original. Good.
Sir.
Original. What? Look at this. Suppose you read a poem and write on the summary. It is not original, right? But creative. You create a story. You create a story. You write a poem. Okay? And you are reading all those creative writings. Suppose a poem. Suppose a poem, Oft in the Still Night. Understood? Oft in the Still Night. I think it is prescribed. Yes or no?
It is in
Hello.
CHSE course, sir. Odisha board course.
Eh?
Yes, sir. It is in
Yes.
Odisha board course, sir. CHSE.
Odisha board.
Sir. Now it is already CBSE course, sir. We are all Ekalavya teachers, sir. EMRS.
Eh?
We all are EMRS teachers, sir. Ecolabia Model Residential School teachers. Now we are
Ah.
having a CBSE course of study, sir.
What are the new poems you have got?
New poems, sir. A Thing of Beauty.
Huh?
A Thing of Beauty. John Keats, A Thing of Beauty, sir.
Yes.
Sir. Then Aunt
What?
Jennifer's Tiger.
Acha. Then
Then an elementary school classroom in slum.
I see.
My mother
Acha.
at 66, Kamala Das.
Huh?
My mother at 66, Kamala Das.
Comrades.
Sir, sir.
So you find the first poem you said, what is that poem?
A Thing
What is
of
that
Beauty.
poem?
Thing of Beauty,
Thing
sir.
of beauty. Look at this. What is beauty? What is beauty? It is creative. It is not, you cannot define it. Okay? You can't define it. So when you teach this poem, A Thing of Beauty is a joy for everyone. Right? Don't talk about the poet. Let you know from the students, assert what do they understand by beauty. Okay? The beauty of a tree, what does it mean? What does it mean, beauty of a tree? Beauty of, now you find the beauty of a flower. What do you mean by beauty of flower? Because you find everybody cannot appreciate beauty, remember it. It is creative. What is creative? It is recreative. Suppose you saw a lovely flower. You come down home and sit down to think of that. To think of that flower and write a poem. How is the poem is created? Because of beauty. You are attracted. You are attracted by the flower, beauty of the flower, its color, its structure, its tree, the plants, or the champak flower. Champak flower, you know, friends? Champak,
Yes, sir.
you know?
Yes, sir.
Champak. And there you find, suppose you went and saw the champak tree, very big, long tree, right? And the flower comes like a cup. And a poet has got creative imagination. What is creative imagination? Because these are very important things. What is creative imagination? That you read a poem, suppose beauty, and there it is recreated in your mind. And you start thinking of the poem. You start thinking of the poem, and you come to write about a poem. Or you write a poem on that. This is called creative. This is really creative, but when you write, it becomes creative. Creative, it gives pleasure to the reader. Okay? It gives pleasure. It is recreated. Okay? So this is you find that a flower has the power to create emotion in you. That is recreative. That is imagination. Because imagination is the root of all you find beauty. Because how do you say it's beautiful? It's beautiful. How? Because it appeals to your emotion. It appeals, you call it beautiful. You call it beautiful. Now you find a girl is beautiful. But that girl remains beautiful for only a short time. But a flower remains beautiful forever. Remember it. A woman remains beautiful. Say about up to 50 years. Okay? But a flower is beautiful. Every day it has the power to appeal to you and to attract you. Okay? Suppose that you have that poem, what poem you have got? A beauty, right?
A thing of beauty. A thing of beauty.
A thing of beauty, joy forever.
Sir.
Look at it. Thing of beauty, joy forever. What beautiful things he says in the poem. What beautiful things? Yes, tell me.
The sun, the moon, the trees old and
Song?
young, the sun, the
Huh?
moon, the sun,
Moon, yes.
moon, the trees
The
old and
sun,
young.
the moon.
Yeah, sir.
Then
The trees, young as well as the old trees.
huh?
Trees, sir. TREES, trees.
Trees,
Sir. Daffodils,
daffodils.
sir.
Yes,
Small
daffodils.
streams, small
Huh?
streams, small streams,
Small,
streams, sir.
even the grass,
Sir,
even the grass. Okay?
sir.
Now, these beautiful things, they are natural. They are worshipped by nature. Nature itself is beautiful. Provided you know how to enjoy it. Okay? Suppose your mother's love to you is beauty or not? Your mother's love to you.
Beauty, sir.
Good. It's beautiful. Because you know how much she loves you. Nobody can love like your mother. None in the world. Not even your beautiful wife. No. Please. Mother is mother. The mother remains beautiful. But in that sense, beauty means something else. That it's a beauty. Okay. Now you have, suppose Sunil Gavaskar, you know the name? Sunil Gavaskar
Yes, sir.
or Kapil Dev.
Yes, sir.
Now, Kapil gives a shot. We call it beauty. Look at this. We call it a beauty. A beauty. Because that created stylishly gives a shot. Okay? And it makes 6 or 4. We call it a beauty. Oh, what a beauty. Means the artistic way the player played. Okay. So you find, or tiger is beauty. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night. Have you read the poem? Have you read? Have you read the poem? Tiger, tiger, burning, tiger, tiger. No. But a poet says tiger is beautiful. How? Because a tiger in the jungle, tiger is a very majestic animal. Majestic, you know, that class by himself, majestic, very powerful animal. Okay? And the poet says, look at the body of the tiger. Look at its eyes in the wild light. It dazzles. The eyes of the tiger dazzling. Understand my point? Hello, yes or no? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, the tiger, if you don't understand, please ask me.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Ask me anything. So you find tiger is beautiful. How can it be? Yes. The poet has written that tiger, tiger burning bright in the forest of the night. You see the eyes, the beauty of its body. Okay? So these are you find how a tiger becomes beautiful, or kid says, thing of beauty, joy forever. A thing of beauty. Actually, I say whether your mother is beautiful or not. Answer me, whether your mother is beautiful or not.
Beautiful, sir. Very beautiful.
Yes. What beautiful I mean here? Not physical beauty, but beauty of her heart. Beauty of her heart. Okay? Beauty of her heart. She loves you.
Yes, sir.
The way she loves, not even your wife will love. Right or wrong? A mother wants nothing from you except love and affection. Except love and affection. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So you find that beauty. Then what is there? Tell me. Suppose you have, what are the poems reading now? Yes, tell me.
My mother at 66, sir.
My mother
At 66, Kamala Das poem, sir.
at 56.
66.
Kamaladas, you know. Kamaladas
Yes,
is
sir.
an
Yes, sir.
interesting poet, a great poet, very great poet, a passionate poet, a passionate poet. What's her name? My boy, Amulya. Your name is?
Amay Nursiya Patnaik, sir.
How ki achi Amyan?
Amay Nursiya Patnaik. Nursiya Patnaik. Amay Nursiya Patnaik. I am from Chandragiri.
From?
Chandragiri, sir. EMRS Chandragiri. Gajpati district. Sir, sir. Are you fine?
Dogs are there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Boxes, sir.
No.
That is also cupboard. Almirah. That is also Almirah, sir. Backside boxes are there.
You are Amulya.
Amaya. AMAY. Amaya Nursiya Patnaik.
Nursiya Patnaik.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are in which school?
EMRS Chandragiri, Gajpati. EMRS Chandragiri, sir.
So yourself, what's your name?
Nirmal, sir,
Your
please speak.
next.
Good morning, Nirmal Kumar Sahu, sir.
হ্যাঁ
निर्मल कुमार साहू सर
আমার সাহু নির্মল কুমার সাহু না
yes sir
good very good and what's your name
Sir,
You-
Pranab Kishore Patnaik.
huh?
Pranab Kishore Patnaik.
No, that girl, what is her name?
Madhusmita ma'am, please.
Huh?
Sir, Madhusmita Mahunto. Sir, Madhusmita Mahunto. Jajpur, EMS Rampilo Jajpur.
Huh? Yes.
Sir, EMS
Good. You
Rampilo
are from
Jajpur,
which
sir.
place? You are from which place?
Jajpur, sir, Jajpur. Sir, Jajpur.
Jajpur. Jajpur. Jajpur.
Yes, sir.
Lipsa. You are from which place? Lipsa, you are from which place? Yes. You.
Sir,
Lipsa?
EMR is Raigoda.
Huh?
EMR is Raigoda, sir. Raigoda.
Raigoda.
Yes, sir.
Good, Raigoda. Acha. So all of you, now just tell me what is beauty? What is beauty? Tell me what is beauty? Who can answer? Tell me what is beauty? Yes? Sahu? What is beauty? Yes? Tell me what is beauty? Yes, what is beauty?
Sir,
Beauty
beauty
is
is a
that-
word. It
Huh?
comes from your heart, sir. It comes from your heart,
Comes
having
from
the
your
positive
heart.
thinking. Yes, sir.
Huh?
It didn't. It doesn't say about the outer feeling. It says about your inner feeling, what you think positively towards anything else. That is beauty, sir.
What
Clear-minded.
do you find? If poet finds beauty in tiger, but if the tiger kills you or not, can you touch a tiger? Can you touch? No.
No, sir, no. We get fear.
But a poet calls it beautiful. What he calls it beautiful? The tiger's body, plain body, with stripes, okay, and his colorful body. Then the poet asks, did God create a lamb? Lamb, you know? Lamb, Lamb, lamb,
Yes, sir. Lamb means that animal.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
animal. Lamb
An
and the
animal.
tiger the same.
Animal.
How can that man, is he a madman? Who is that man? Who is that man? Tell me. Is he a madman? Mad, you know? Madman? Or a good man? Because beauty lies in horror also. Okay? So look at this. The poets deal with beauty. That poem, 66, no, 56. My mother is at 66. Now, do you know Kamala Das? Do you know her? Do you know Kamala Das?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Kamala Das?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Kamala Das? Huh? Do you know Kamala Das?
Sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. we see.
She is a lady poet,
She is
sir,
an Odia.
of Kerala.
No,
Kerala,
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 belong
sir.
to Kerala.
She is
Kerala.
from Kerala. Good, very good. Now,
South India belong to.
Kamaladas, one novel is there. Her life, my story. My story. Those who have time, please read this novel. It is about her life. About her life. Do you know? What does he say, you know? What does he say, you know? You are all married or not? You are all married,
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
all of you.
Most of them.
All of you.
All of you got married,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Most of them,
very
sir.
good.
Most of them.
All the 12 teachers are married right now, sir.
Or those
No,
who are
11
not,
maybe.
please get married.
Yeah,
Sure, sure.
very soon.
Okay. Listen to me. Kamaladas, that novel, what she writes, you know, I was raped by my husband. Can you imagine? I was raped by my husband on the fourth night. Look at this. Understood point? I understood what it says. Hello, respond.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That a woman says she has raped my story, that novel. Buy it and read it. You take time to read it. Wonderful novel. She has
Yes,
raped.
sir.
Okay?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
And she finds she is a courageous woman, writer. She married at the second marriage she did at the age of 68 to a 28-year boy, a Muslim boy.
Oh,
He was a Christian,
sir, sir.
but she changed her religion and married 28 years.
She changed her name also, sir.
Hello?
Sir,
Tell me.
excuse me, sir.
Yes.
She changed her name also, Kamala Suraya.
Yes, Kamala, yes,
She
right.
changed her name,
Change
Kamala
her name.
Suraya,
Yes.
after her marriage. Converted into Muslim.
Then you find that law also, and the press asks her, why did you marry at this age, 68? Now I wanted to enjoy at 28. Can anybody say? Can anybody say these things? I wanted to enjoy 28. Look at this. What is that? I mean, the beauty of life. Beauty, you do not understand what is beauty. She wanted, and in her poems, or she is a poet also. She is a novelist, a story writer, and a poet, and my favorite writer. I like her like anything. She is very simple. I met her personally in Kerala. I had been to Kerala for a seminar, all in the English seminar, and I met her. She is not that beautiful, but very frank, dangerously frank. I think you, am I clear to you or not? Dangerously frank. We are not frank. We are not frank, but dangerously frank. Understood? And you must teach students like this. But how does she write? She speaks very simple words. Simple words. And she loves her mother. And most of the time she spent in Kolkata, Calcutta. Okay? She was taught in Bengali medium first. And she wrote a poem in English from childhood. She writes something which we cannot think of. Very, very unnatural things. Do you follow me, you girl?
Yes,
What's
sir.
your name? What's your name? Misra. What's your name? You.
Madhusmita.
Sulochana. Sulochana Panda. No? You? Madhusmita.
Yeah.
Yes,
Huh?
sir. Yes, sir. Madhusmita.
Madhusmita.
Yes, sir.
And she Sulochana.
Yes, sir.
No? Am I clear to you or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Clearly visible, sir. Clearly
Yes,
visible.
yes, sir. Yes,
That
sir.
imagination. That imagination. How does a poet create? Of course, you have read the poem Ra Ra Kre Baswa Sakato, Ekhibi Chirika Charu Chitra Poto. What is your?
Yes, sir. Gopavan Das.
Good, very good, very good. Ra Ra Kre Baswa Sakato, Dekhibi Chirika Charu Chitra Poto. Chitra Mona Jaro Nai or Basta Biswa Echabi Sambhava. Bastava Biswa. In real world, is it possible? Is it possible? Imagination.
Yes.
Imagination. One of imagination. Imagination na tam konna karipa. You can. Say the tiger burning bright. Jo poet ki lekhera. Black, William Black lekhera. But is the same tiger? Look at the body of the tiger. This is imagination. Some of the poet
Yes, sir.
kids wrote poem on Nightingale. Okay? Nightingale you haven't seen. Nightingale. Then wrote a poem on human seasons. How many seasons are there in the world? How many seasons? For an Englishman, how many seasons? Yes? Tell me, how many seasons? How many seasons are there?
Four seasons,
How
sir.
many? Huh?
Four seasons, sir.
Good. Very good. Who
Sir.
said it? Raise your hand.
Sir.
Okay.
Sir. Sir, Pranab Kishore Patnaik.
Four seasons. Four seasons. What? That is an Englishman. Amorala, chhota rutu. Tankarala, charita. Kahinki? The rainy season nahi. Kahinki ta ସବୁଦିନ rain. England, America ସବୁଦିନ rain. England. ତ କଣ ହବ? ନା summer. Then first comes spring, summer, autumn,
Winter.
Winter.
Four seasons. Huh? Spring, childhood, summer, youth, summer of life. Then autumn, more again, autumn, and winter, death. Because winter is very bad for them. Terrible winter. Impossible for us to live. ମୁଁ ଲଣ୍ଡନ ଯାଇଥିଲି 2 ବର୍ଷ ଆଗରୁ ଆମେ ସେ ୱିଣ୍ଟର ନାହିଁ ମୁଁ ଯାଇଥିଲି ସମରରେ ସେଠି ଆମକୁ ସ୍ୱେଟର ଦରକାର ବୁଝିଲ look at this when you teach an English book or English poem try to think of the season but not Commonwealth by 6টা season ଆମ ବାଗିଆ season India and she's courageous, dangerously courageous. ସେମିତି ନାରୀ ହବା ସମ୍ଭବ ନୁହେଁ ବୁଝିଲ ଯେ କହିଲା I was raped by a man on my 4th night କହିବ ଝିଅ କିଏ ଏଠି ଏ ଝିଅ ଅନେଇଲ ମୋ ଆଡ଼କୁ allowed you look at me, girls. Yes, ladies, please. Do you understand? Can you say like that? Can you say, Odusmita? Can you say like that?
Because my problem is there. Yes, sir.
Huh?
I have problem.
You
Sir, I
can.
have network problem. That's why I'm not getting you, sir. Sir, I'm
This
not
is-
getting you.
Acha, no.
Sir, due
the
to network problem.
lack of. Listen to me. A woman, a lady poet, lady writer, okay, she says that she was raped by her husband on 4th night. Look at this. This is the poet. What is her name? Kamala Das. Understood or not? Odusmita. Bujila ki nahi? Huh?
Yes, sir.
It
Yes,
needs
sir.
courage. Right? Go. Then that what is the beauty? Imaginations. We common man take life. We common man. Understood? But the righteous poet are uncommon people among the common. Uncommon people among the common poets. Because Gopabandhu Das was a common man, but most uncommon mind. Raha raha khade basto pato. Dekhibi chirika charu chitra pato. चित्र मणे जो नहीं अनुभव वास्तव विश्व की सभी संभव वास्तव विश्व में रियल वर्ल्ड इज इट पॉसिबल माय पॉइंट इज सो हियर यू फाइंड दैट इज सच ब्यूटी देन यू कैन आस्क मी सर चिलिका हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव गॉन टू चिलिका रेज योर हैंड हाउ मेनी Good. Only 2 persons. Chilika, you have been to. Another, Chilika, what we see? What we see? We cannot. But a poet has mind. Monakaro. Poet has mind. So poet mind is different. Poet looks at things differently. Understand the point? But looks at things differently, not in the same way. Poet is not a common man. Most uncommon, at the same time common. Suppose, tomar jo black crop poem ta, ba tomaro kids, It's like thing of beauty, joy forever. It is from Endymion. No? That poem from Endymion. Thing of beauty, joy forever. The great poem by Keats. Sundara Trupti Avasadhanai. ଯେତେ ଦେଖୁଥିଲେ
ନୂଆ ଦିଶୁଥାଇ ନୂଆ ଦିଶୁଥାଇ
look at this ତୃପ୍ତିର ଅବସାଦନ ସୁନ୍ଦର ତୃପ୍ତିର ଅବସାଦନ ମାନେ you are not tired of beauty. All beautiful things, a man, a woman, beautiful, but
Romantic
after
also.
60, now woman is romantic, all men are also romantic. Don't say that.
Yes, yes.
I am very romantic.
yes sir
So you find a woman, I don't say that, but a woman after 60 loses her beauty. But there are beautiful women at the age of 90 also. They are not tired of life. My point is, we have beautiful things everywhere, but we must have eyes to see. We must have eyes to think. A poet has eyes. Poet sees something which we do not see. कौन बुझिबार पॉइंट कौन कवि
Sir.
देखिबार जाए सेटा आमे देखुनु कविर चक्षुटा something different. That a poet sees something new in the most common things. कौन बुझिबार लगे ना फ्लावर मो पाई तो पाई कौन फ्लावर मरी गले फ्लावर नहीं की जीवो राइट और रॉन्ग
right sir
suppose that man has not understood flower से जीवन में फ्लावर के गोटा छुई नहीं भी ताको काहे फ्लावर दबो कहलो मते कौन भाबिलो कि नहीं हमर
Sir.
फैशन नहीं गला फूलो मणा नहीं की जीवो अरे बाबा से लोग फूल भल पाइले तो कहबे समस्त फूल भल पाते न समस्त सब भल पाते ना
sir
कौन खाइबाटा
पाते नहीं।
रसगोला मु भल खाए ता माने तुम माने खाओ
ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଭଲ ଲାଗିବ
कोई लोग खाती नहीं
ଆଜ୍ଞା
मु खाए मो तो सब दिन मीठा दरकार ता माने मीठा भल नुहे कौन बुझल सी जार स्वीटनेस जे जान बट सुंदर और जिनिस तमे नई पड़ो ब्यूटी बुझल मन तमे जीव बॉटनिकल गार्डन जाइछो
जय sir
बॉटनिकल गार्डन भुवनेश्वर
sir sir
हैं
जय sir
कोठी अछि बॉटनिकल गार्डन कोठी अछि भुवनेश्वर को
ଛକଟା ହଁ
हैं को
ଆଚାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ବିହାରରୁ
भुवनेश्वर
ଆଚାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ବିହାର ଛକରୁ ଆଚାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ବିହାର ଛକରୁ ଏପଟକୁ ଗଲା ଲେଫ୍ଟକୁ ଯିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ସାର୍ ବାଁ ପଟକୁ
नंदन कानन
botanical
नंदन
garden।
कानन गोटे एनिमल आ गोटे हला प्लांट्स बॉटनिकल अंडरस्टैंड से बॉटनिकल दिने जीव दिने
sir
what lovely flowers are there what lovely flowers are there तुम से बसी रहिबो मु कहू नहीं तुम देखिबो एनिमल्स आर ब्यूटीफुल मना कौन नहीं सेटा शुण ब्यूटी को मन देखिबे समस्त उपलब्धि करि पारिबे ना एवरीबॉडी कैन नॉट एंजॉय ब्यूटी तुम मां सुंदरी नहीं कहलो को
सुंदर
वो
Very
तो मां
सुंदर।
नहीं मु मां
Beautiful.
मरी गई को
So she is having the eternal beauty.
शुण ସେ ଯୋଉ ବିୟୁଟି ତମେ କଣ ଇଟର୍ନାଲ ତମକୁ ଅନୁଭବ କରିବ ମାର ଟଚଟା ମାର ବ୍ୟୁଟିଫୁଲ କେବେ ସେ ଯିବ ନାହିଁ ସି ଇଜ ବ୍ୟୁଟିଫୁଲ
Beautiful.
କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଇ
Always
ଯୋଉ
and ever.
ବ୍ୟୁଟିଫୁଲ କୋଉ ସେନ୍ସରେ କହୁଛି ଯେ ଅନୁଭବ କରିପାରିବ ବୁଝିପାରିଲେ so that mother's beauty my mother is dead till she remains beautiful to me ବୁଝିପାରିଲ କି ନାହିଁ
Sir, I have one doubt, sir.
yes go
Sir, actually, how can I be helpful to my students in developing the creative writing skills, sir?
huh?
How can I be helpful to my students to create their or develop their creating skills in language?
creating
Creative
you
writing
must give
skills.
examples you must
Yeah.
give examples as I give you examples let them there are so many things some of you are posted in Koraput Koraput is
Sir.
a lovely place
Sir.
because I go to Koraput very often to take classes in Central University.
Sir.
Central University, I stay for 10 days in a hotel. Can there be better place than Koraput? But those who live in Koraput, they think that it is a boring place. So forest, right or wrong? Koraput
Right, sir.
forest is there or not?
Right, sir.
Huh?
Forest is yes.
Koraput jungles are there.
Yes, sir.
Koraput jungles are there. Dangerous animals are there. Right?
Sir.
Go to that temple, that is Shiva temple. What is that?
Jagannath
Koraput
temple.
is-
Jagannath temple, Sabari
Huh?
Siketra.
Sabara Sikhetra. Sabara Sikhetra.
Huh?
Sabara
Sabara
Siketra.
Sikhetra.
Hills.
Yeah,
Shiva
Jagannath
Mandir.
temple.
Huh?
Lord Jagannath.
Yes, that temple. ମୁଁ ଯାଇଛି 3-4 ଥର
Sir, sir.
because I was posted in Bhavanipatna. Bhavanipatna is a lovely place. Very lovely. So forest, କଳାହାଣ୍ଡିରେ କିଏ ଅଛ? କଳାହାଣ୍ଡିରୁ କେହି ଅଛ? ଆପଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି? ଆପଣ from କଳାହାଣ୍ଡି? Is there anybody from କଳାହାଣ୍ଡି?
No, sir.
Sir, I was from Bhavanipatna, sir, Kalahandi district.
Bhavanipatna?
Yes, I was residing
there
there, sir.
Huh?
Sir, I was residing there at Bhavanipatna, sir.
Good. I have stayed in Bhavan for 5 years. Government College Bhavanipatna. I stayed 5
Yes.
years. Do you know me? Huh?
Yes, sir, it is
And-
just on the road, sir.
Yes, yes.
Now
And
it is university,
love-
Kalahandi University.
lovely forest. Winter is very pleasant. We go for picnic to various places. Lovely places. But I am not a poet. A poet will create beauty out of beauty, from beauty to beauty. Because which you find Bhavanipatna, the people don't go, but it is a lovely place. Flowers. The point is, you must have eyes, you must have heart. You don't see everything through your eyes, but many things you see through your heart. Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Right, sir.
Right, sir.
Because we see many things from your heart. You see your mother through heart, but you see your wife through eyes. Right or wrong?
Right, sir.
Huh? Also, the girls are the same day.
Yes, sir. Right, correct.
Huh? Kua? Yes,
Not
answer
always,
me.
sir.
Not always. Yes, right. But Good, right. আপনার সমস্ত বড় বয়স্ক লোক বাহাইজন সমস্ত না
Yes, sir.
সমস্ত বাহাইজন নেই
ସାର୍ 3 ଜଣ ବାହା ହେଇନାହାନ୍ତି ସାର୍।
কে ঝিও না পুଅ
ପୁଅ ବାହା
ତମେ
ହେଇନାହାନ୍ତି, ଝିଅ
ବାହାଇ ନା ଏ ଝିଅ
ସାର୍ ବିଜୟ ସାର୍ ଯେ ଭବାନୀ ପଟନା କହୁଥିଲେ ସେ ବାହା ହେଇନାହାନ୍ତି ସାର୍।
I sir. Already got married.
କେ ଝିଅ
sir ଏବେ sir ବାହାଇ ସାରିଛି ଏବେ।
ବାହା ହେଇ ସାରିଛନ୍ତି ବିଜୟ ସାର୍, ଆପଣ ଭଲ କହୁଛନ୍ତି।
ପ୍ରଣବ sir ସରି ବାହାଇ ସାରିଲେଣି।
ଲକଡାଉନ ରେ ବାହା ହେଇଗଲେ ସାର୍, ଜାଣି ପାରିଲୁନି ଆମେ। ଲକଡାଉନ ରେ ବାହା ହେଇଗଲେ ସାର୍, ଆମେ ଜାଣି ପାରିଲୁନୁ।
ଲକଡାଉନ ରେ ବାହା ହେଲେଣି
ବାହା ହେଇଗଲେ ଆମେ ଜାଣି ପାରିଲୁନୁ।
ଭଲ କର ଆପଣଙ୍କର, ବିକଜ ଆଇଡଲ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ଇଜ ଡେଭିଲ୍ସ ୱାର୍କଶପ। ଆଇଡଲ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ଇଜ ଡେଭିଲ୍ସ ୱାର୍କଶପ। କଣ କର ଆଉ କିଛି ତ ନାହିଁ, ବାହାଟା ହେଇ ପଡିବ ଆଉ କଣ। ରାଇଟ କଣ ଆପଣ ବୁଝୁଛନ୍ତି ନାଇଁ କହନ୍ତୁ। କିଛି ନାହିଁ, ଯେତେବେଳେ ବାହା ହେଇ ପଡିବ ଆଉ କଣ। ଆଉ ତ ଚାକିରି ନାହିଁ, ଚାକିରି ମୋର ଛୁଟି। ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଯୋଉଟା କହିଲେ that marriage something different. ମ୍ୟାରେଜ ର ବିୟୁଟି ଟା ଯେ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ସେ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଗୋଟିଏ ମ୍ୟାରେଜ ବିୟୁଟିଫୁଲ ସେ ସନ୍ତୁଷ୍ଟ ନୁହେଁ। ସବୁଦିନ ତାକୁ ନୂଆ ନୂଆ ଦିଶୁଥାଏ। ବୁଝିପାରିଲେ? ଏଇଟା ସତ କଥା, ଏଇଟା ସତ କଥା। ଓଡ଼ିଆ କବିଙ୍କ ନାଁ ବି ମୁଁ କହିବି। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ବହୁତ କବିକୁ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିଗତ ଭାବେ ଜାଣିଛି। କଣ ବୁଝିପାରିଲେ କି? କବି ସବୁଆଡେ ସମାନ, ତାଙ୍କ ଚିନ୍ତା ସେ ତାଙ୍କ ଭାବନା, ଇମାଜିନେସନ। ମୁଁ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଛି ଇମାଜିନେସନ is different from you and me. When you go to a spot, अरे रोषेई व्यवस्था अच्छी की नहीं? When you go to a new spot for picnic, what do you see? जे रोषेई व्यवस्था अच्छी की नहीं? Whether there is facility for cooking. Okay, so all these things they see it. लिप्सा किए, लिप्सा ना कौन था ना? लिप्सा साहू।
हाँ सर।
Who is that?
Yes sir.
Yes. लिप्सा साहू।
Yes sir.
Good. Show me your face. Show me your face. Yes, good. You are married?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. So you find how many years you are married? Newly?
Yes, it's 1 month sir. 1 plus.
1 month only.
Yes sir.
Only last month you got married.
July 7th sir. It's July 7th. July 7th.
What is that? What?
July 7th sir. On July 7th.
On July 7th only. So you are fresh. So you must be missing your husband, right? Right or
Somehow.
wrong?
Somehow.
Yes, somehow. No. For you, marriage is no romantic. Understood? After 1 or 2 children, you are bored. Okay? But a thing of beauty, who is a lover of beauty, will never be bored. My point is, you try to create your imagination. Everybody cannot imagine. Radhanath Rai, have you heard his name? Radhanath Rai? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes sir, the Odia
Yes, sir.
the
Yes,
Odia
sir.
writer, the Odia copy.
Odia writer, Kavi Bara Radhanath Rai.
Romantic poet. My point is this. Great poet. Very great. Ranath Rai. He wrote Chilika. Look at this. Gopabandhu Babu wrote only one Chilika poem, but he wrote Chilika Kabya. Look at this. And he brought so many images. Okay. Still, I won't say whether he understood Chilika or not. Because a thing of beauty is a thing
Joy
of
forever.
beauty is a
Joy
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 forever.
forever.
Joy
joy
forever.
forever. The thing of beauty, joy forever. Whether you are old, you are young, or you are middle-aged. If you love beauty, you will fall in love. Okay? So a man who loves beauty never grows old. Even old age has its beauty. Right? Old is ଏବେ ଜଣେ ବାହା ହେଲେ 75 years ଲୋକ 60 years ଝିଅକୁ 60. I know. Look at this. So beauty, the imagination, emotion. Emotion nothing ହବନି କିଛି. Emotion କଣ? ये जोड़े जिनिस कौन? Imagination. You must know how to imagine. But a flower, try a flower. It looks like my love is like a red rose. Can anybody say?
William
My
Blake,
love
sir.
is like red rose.
William Blake.
Yes, yeah. What?
William Blake.
Narrative.
Huh?
Robert Burns. B-U-R-N-S. Robert Burns. So you find that a thing of beauty is joy for Eve. Okay. So whether you are 90 years or 19 years or 9 years, even 9 years, you give a flower, you love it. You love it. Some people want to show off. Show off, you know, ଦେଖେଇ ହୁଅନ୍ତି ଯେ I love beauty. ସେମାନେ କ'ଣ କରିବେ? ଗାମୁଲାରେ ଫୁଲ ରଖିବେ। ଅର୍ଜେ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଲୋକ ଦେଖିବେ ବାଃ ସୁନ୍ଦର ହେଇଛି. But they don't understand beauty. Remember, they don't understand beauty. Beauty is something which makes you immortal. Immortal. So this imagination, then conquer emotion, then immortality. Immortality कौन? Immortality. Immortality is an old lecture. So you find that what is immortality? That remains forever. that remains forever. You, Madhusmita, did you understand me? That immortality,
Yes,
the
sir, I
flower.
can understand.
Yes, yes, ask me. Pacharamote, that you find immortality. Immortality is something that remains forever. That deathless. They have no death. No man is immortal. But Gandhi became immortal. What do you mean by this? Gandhi is always in the thought of Indians and some of the Europeans. Gandhi is always in thought. Bujhwala?
Sir, his thought is still existing.
Yes,
Gandhi's thought is still existing in the mind of the people of Russia,
course.
maybe Indian or what. That is why he is
Yes.
immortal.
Gandhi remains forever.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you won't believe Gandhi was a lover of beauty. Do you know? Do you know it? Gandhi, to suppress his physical emotion, what did he do? You know it? What did he do? You know it or not? Hello? Answer me.
No, sir.
He slept with two beautiful girls. Nude. Nude, you know? Without any dress. To control his sexual emotion. Because Gandhi was very sexy. Do you know? You know this or not?
We
Yes or
don't know,
no?
sir. No, we don't know, sir.
Please read his my life, my autobiography. It was prescribed for beer. Gandhi would never stay without his wife. The day Gandhi lost his father, only for 5 minutes he went to have sex with his wife. And when he came back, his father was already dead. It is written in my story, in his book. I used to teach that book in BJP college. Okay? So you can verify. Now you find Gandhi was not a poet. Gandhi was a naturalist. Though he was against that. But who was a poet? Tell me any name who was a poet. Suppose the name I say Akshay Mahanti. Have you heard his name? Akshay Mahanti? Have you heard his name? Akshay Mahanti?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Singer. I knew him personally. He was a poet. He was a singer and lover of beauty and a lover of beauty. Akshay Mahanti. Okay? And you find Akhay Mahanti's Anveshat Rani is a wonderful book. Look, why I say that Akhay Mahanti, he was a poet. He used to write poems. You can read his life. 2 volumes are there. Akhay Mahanti and a singer. Suppose a poet. Any word of poet you will name it. Any word of poet. राधानाथ को छाड़ी थी कोई तो वो
नीलकंठ दास
वीडियो को कहा ना खाली थे
नीलकंठ दास
हाँ
नीलकंठ दास सर
पढ़ी क्यों
सर कुआर के कौन उड़े पड़ती
हाँ
कुआर के
पढ़ी क्यों
हाँ सर पढ़ी दिल दिए
अच्छा नीलकंठ दास
सर
a great poet.
सर सत्यवादी
But
जुगल
when I
ना
say
कौन
get like a great imaginative mind.
सर
Dear participants, I find many PGTs are not online, and your assistant director is noting down who are the paper remaining online during the training program or not. When she came around 3 or 4 days back, she advised all of you to be present online. And it is reported again that she is noting it down who are the PGTs remaining present from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Please, I'm again noting it down because your attendance is being taken by your assistant secretary. She is remaining online on all the subjects on all the days. That doesn't mean that she's staying from 9 to 1. Whenever she is up, because she's very busy in government meetings, online, MOTA, government, everything. Whenever she's getting time from 9 to 1, she's joining and noting down who are the people. Because you know that your name as well as your face, everything is coming here and there also. So please you take care. At that time, please don't tell me, sir, we are present, come here, please do not do that. Otherwise, you will be paid in your own coin. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So SAR is very top. No? Huh? Is very top. Because you will be paid in your own coin. Remember this sentence. You will be paid in your coin, you created imagination. So the problem is that suppose when your mind is free, tell me, when your mind is free. There's a poem where the mind is without fear. By Tagore, Rabindranath Tagore. But the mind is without fear. Listen to me. But the mind without fear, let my country people away. What is that? Tell me. Fear is the greatest element of man. Fear. To think without fear is an art. To think without fear is an art. A poet who finds things without fear. Because he moves in dreams. Then you can ask me, sir, dream is not reality. Dream is not reality, but it is a part of, it is a greater reality. Dream is not reality, but it is a greater reality. When a poet writes about his dream, he thinks of the reality himself. So a poet is a realist. So suppose your Odia poet Radhanath Rai, he wrote about Chilika. Yes or no? Yes or
Yes,
no?
sir.
You know,
Yes.
you must read your Oriental mother language. Because if you teach this English, you have to read your mother tongue. Some poems by so many poets. I don't mean only, there's so many poets. You read it. And you think of that dream, the imagination. Okay. So I ask you, what is that beauty? Beauty in mind. Because when you see an artificial beauty, it comes to your thought immediately. And so many things come to you. So the poet says, a thing of beauty is a joy for ever. Who said it? Kids. A thing of beauty is a joy for ever. So this imagination, emotion. These two things are these two things are the two sides of the same coin. Two sides of the same coin. That is the emotion and the imagination combined to become immortality. Things of immortality mean that remains forever. Suppose Radhanath Rai, when he lived, now you are in the 21st century. But still you remember? Or still other Saradas. Look at this. You only know the name. You haven't read Saradas. They are great minds. Similarly, Wordsworth, Coleridge. Then, have you got any poem by Wordsworth? Yes. Have you got any poem by Wordsworth? Did you have
Yes, sir.
in your course? Yes?
Not in
Tell me.
course.
Huh? Now, not in course. Wordsworth. Yes, tell me any poem by Wordsworth.
Daffodils.
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 You have that? Why did you say Wordsworth? The devil is there in your course. Huh? Now, when you ask a teacher, sir, what do we can see daffodils? Daffodils are plentifully seen in Koraput. I have come across the daffodil flowers. So you find they are grown on the ground. Daffodils. Now you find that Wordsworth, we call it a romantic poet. Again, a word come romance. What do you mean by romantic? He is very romantic. Don't think romantic is love. No. Who has faith in beauty, who knows the appreciation of beauty, is a romantic. A romantic person is not worried about money matter. Never. Not about this. Jayanta Mahapatra. Do you know him? Who is that Jayanta Mahapatra? Yes, anybody? Anybody Jayanta Mahapatra? Do you know? Does anybody know it? Know him? Yes. Jayanta Mahapatra is a poet who got award. He is now 90 years old man. He was my teacher also. Physics man, Jayanta Mahapatra, is a famous poet, English poet, Oriya Loko, English poet, world nobody want, Jayanta Mahapatra. I think some poems are there of Jayanta Mahapatra. Nai, course nai. Hello, Achile, Jayanta Mahapatra. Some poems will come. Because in there are some poems by Jayanta Mahapatra.
Yes, sir.
So what is that? Jayanta Mahapatra is the man of physics. How could he write such a poem? It doesn't mean that poets only will be MA in English or MA in Oriya. Jayanta Mahapatra was a physics, MSc physics. Look at this. So to be a poet means to be imaginative, to be creative. What do you mean by creative? Creative. What do you mean by creative? What? Yes?
Sir, we all have thinking power. Sir, ଆମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର ଭିନ୍ନ ଭିନ୍ନ sir ଚିନ୍ତାଧାରା ଅଛି. We all have thinking power.
All are?
We all have the thinking power.
Teaching? Thinking power.
Sir, thinking power, thinking power.
Thinking power, sir. But what we think differently, it is known as creativity. Concentrating on the object, sir.
Is it creative? Always. What do you think?
No, sir. All thinkings can be creativity.
What do you think is creative? Always. No, man. No, my friend.
Sir, not always, not always. Sir, not always. Different that.
Not always. Yes, yes. Good. Yes, sir. Respond to me. What do you mean by creative? Creative. I'm going to call it imagination, emotion. Creative means it has power to create a different kind of feeling in others. That is creative. Means when a poet has power to create a kind of feeling in you, it is creative. Creative. That a poet, the daffodils, a poet wrote. And when you read the poem, you must enjoy the poem. Enjoy. That enjoy is not like taking chocolate or mutton. No. It feels in you kind of different feeling. A different feeling, which you cannot get by anything. A different feeling. So we call poets mad people, but they are not like common man. The Tara pen, more than the column mochi, pocket masiji. Come Bujivalagre, tackle si column be not. Pant bottom lagino. Look at this. they are forgetful people. They are not very much particular about day-to-day life. I am not talking about day-to-day life, but they are not. They are not. You meet Jayanta Mahapatra, बुढ़ा है दाढ़ी रखते ओटा फुल पैंट पे बसचंती बुझी भालो गो नाउ कटक जयंत मीट करे कहबो सार अजित मुखर्जी कहले आपको मीट करे इज ए डिफरेंट मैन ताको वाइफ डेड ताको पुअर डेड ताको केही ना मेड सर्वेंट Jayant Mohammed also writes in Odia also.
Sir, I have one doubt, sir.
Yes, go.
All
All
sir.
doubts.
Actually, our students, 12th class students, sir, they are going to appear the exam. Hello, sir.
Hello, yes.
Sir, our 12th class students, sir, they are going to appear the term 1 exam in the month of November and December, sir. And in their creative writing skill, there is the short writing advertisement and short notice.
Creative writing down corner support.
Short notice and short notice advertisement, short that is short writing, sir. In long writing, they have to write a letter to the editor of a newspaper, sir.
It is not a creative.
Shall we then it is writing, it is there in the course, sir. Other creative writings are not there, sir.
That to the editor only.
Sir, to the editor, it is the long.
Suppose you saw a road accident.
Sir.
Road accident. There is no speed breaker. Speed breaker, you know?
Sir. Harms.
Speed breaker. Okay. And you write to the authority to put speed breaker there. Okay. At least that is not creative. But when that boy describes an accident where there is bloodshed, where there is death, and the mother is crying for the child, that becomes creative. Creative means your writing must be able to recreate same feeling in it. Is the point or not? That I will say even in that way, which will force you to read at home. What did Sar tell us? How does this poem affect us? How does this poem affect us? Suppose a road accident. Road accident can be described in so many ways. In newspaper article, you find it is not creative. No. It is informative. But that can be creative article on road accident in the newspaper. That comes in another column. Where the story falls. Okay. There you can say, a writer, look at this, my boy. Imagination. Imagination and emotion. Imagination, a creative writer creates imagination to think likewise, to think as. So we find a good writing must have a kind of imagination. Good writing. Suppose you take a writing from this. What are the stories you have got in your prose? What are the stories you have got prose? Yes. Tell me. a lesson, prose. Hmm? Prose
Sir, the
lesson.
last lesson is there, sir.
What is that?
The last
It's
lesson.
just prose, sir. It's a prose piece. Yeah.
What are those things? Prose? What are those things? Tell me. What are the prose lessons you have got?
The last lesson,
Uh,
then lost spring. These two are there in term 1, sir.
What is that?
In this term 1, there are
Term
two
one
prose
portion.
pieces, sir. Term 1 portion, there are two prose pieces, sir. One is the last lesson, the second is lost spring.
Last?
Lesson.
Lost spring.
The last lesson and lost spring in CBSE
Last
course,
spring.
sir. In 12th class
Sir,
CBSE,
lost
sir.
spring, sir, lost spring.
LOST.
A lost thing.
Lost spring.
Lost thing. Okay, imaginations. Now, suppose you think of something you have lost. Something you have lost. What are the? Your father gave you pen. You lost it. Look at this. How can it be creative? How can it be creative? You miss the pen, but you create attachment for the pen. Pens are available in the market, but not the same pen your father gave it to you. Understand my point or not? Fountain pen. And how does that pen write? That is there you get the mark. Not my father gave a pen, people this pen, that pen, that pen. If you can describe the nib of the pen, how it writes, how you are familiar with the pen. Suppose it's a new pen, you do not know how to handle it, but you are familiar with the pen. Okay? And when that pen comes to you, your imagination comes. Do you understand me or not? A writer has some fascination, love for different kind of pen. Okay? So that pen, I can only write in that fountain pen. Love for the pen. Love for the pen. Because imagination means love also. Love means attachment. Deep attachment with the things. Okay. You do not only love human beings. You love your cat. You can love your table. This is my table. I cannot write anything without this table. Understand part? Because you develop a kind of relationship. Even a relationship can be developed with inanimate things. You know inanimate? What do you know by inanimate? Yes? You know animate?
Having no life.
Animate with life.
Having
Inanimate
Life with life.
minus life.
yes.
Inanimate. This is inanimate. But I can make it animate. How? Look, this is the creative imagination. I told you. This I can describe. That comes by imagination. That's the creative imagination. What is creative imagination? That I like, you read it, and you are creative. Look, this is you find, this is inanimate. But I can animate it through my words, through my imagination. Because imagination is most important thing. any writing that you find, you need imagination and emotion. And when I make it animate, what I need to do, I have to create it in a novel, so that it may look like something else. Okay? It may look like a flower. So anything that depends on the mind who imagines, the person who imagines, and it is creative. So you find that creative imagination is more important in any topic. You said you are to write an accident. No, you asked me. No, somebody asked accident. Right? Just now, what did you ask me? That you met with you saw an accident, and you send it to the newspaper. You may make it flat, means without imagination. A boy was moving, boy was dashed, there was death, and there was bleeding. Everything, police came, baga. But that can be made into an art. As the writer says. How? When that young boy died, where were his eyes? Whether his mouth was shut or not? How did he meet with the accident? Whether he was dashed by a car, scooter, or what not? What was the boy carrying? Or what is the age of the boy? Or was he a young man? Was he an old man? Or just a student? Your description will change. Because first remember, for whom you are writing. Suppose you write it for your police stations, there will be no imagination. Facts only. Facts. Remember, because police people need a report from you. Whether it is an eyewitness case. You know eyewitness, that you met a man. Okay? Once I was going to a cinema in Bhubaneswar, okay, with my wife. It was noon show. And near cinema hall, an old man was coming by cycle, just dashed by a car and died. It was so pitiable sight, I could not go and see the movie. Because he resembled my father. Because my father was of that age. Understand, am I clear to you or not? Do you understand me or not? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next, sir. Next is advertisement, sir. Sir, next is advertisements. Advertisements,
What?
ads, sir. Advertisements are there in the course.
Yes, I will come. Advertisement.
Sir.
Now, so you find creative writing. That man looked like my father. Believe me. I came back with my wife to my residence. Didn't go. Look, this is. And advertisement is very commercial. What do you want? Advertisement. You find their advertisement something Suppose there's an advert, you know the advertisement in the newspaper. You know the advertisement in the TV. How they create a story? Find out. From the TV, you know the advertisement. How they create a story. And through the story, they create an advertisement. Because these things will give you job. A student must know how to make an advertisement. Suppose there is an advertisement for, say, about a talcum powder. You know talcum powder? That is
Yes, sir.
powder you use for your body. Okay, and you make an advertisement. Because advertisement must be creative. Remember, my friends, advertisement must be creative. Otherwise, it won't sell. So, a man who advertises, man who writes, he is highly paid by the company. Se co-statement দেব গোটিয়ে লাইন দেব সেটাকে ক্লিক করে দিব মনে করো অ্যাডভার্টাইজ যেটা আমার পড়ার নথা অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট think of an advertisement. Think of an advertisement. Yes, you must have been coming across with so many advertisements every day. But without advertisement, nothing will work. Because we believe in advertisement. This is advertised, so I must go for that. Some scooter. Now there is a case for what advertisement? Scooter, no? Electric scooter, right? Electric scooter. You see the newspaper, see the electric scooter advertisement. Because nowadays we are not interested in that petrol scooter, petrol or electric car. So there will be 3 to 4 cars. They have to compete for advertisement. No film will work without advertisement. Have you marked it? You must teach a school like that. A good film or even a bad film will sell well with good advertisement. Very bad film. But whereas very good film will not sell well. Most of the art film does not sell well. Upon art film, you know, but there is a kind of passion. Passion, you know, passion. Passion. Abego. Abego is a passion. Passion is almost not that. Suppose if the passionate advertisement does click करिगला तो हम जिनिस click करिया और केमिति दमो What? So this you find, you must apply your intelligence, your imagination, your emotion. Imagination and emotion. Don't think those who advertise, they get salary, some lakhs, not for nothing. No. They will create a kind of feeling in you. As a good poem is a good poem that can create feeling in the reader.
Actually,
Yes. Yes. Tell me what do you want to ask? Do you want to ask that advertisement is very much interesting and challenging. It is very challenging. So all the harms are made for advertisement. Good advertisement. Okay? So anything without advertisement, the world doesn't move. এটা আমার পিলার নকশা ছিল কি আমার নকশা this is a world of advertisement বৃহত্তম কোর্সে আছে advertisement that you must have imagined first of all imagination নহলে ହେଇପାରିବ ମୋର story form କରିବ ଯଦି painter se paint କରିବ মনে করো Amitabh Bachchan, if you remember, I don't know, those who are what? Going to toilet outside, right? 100% no. Going to toilet outside. Outside without any toilet. Okay? And how did Amitabh Bachchan create an advertisement which clicked? He took a small child with him. Have you come across this, seen this or not? Look, why did the man take Amitabh Bachchan? Because Amitabh Bachchan is liked by the 90% people. Right or wrong? Professor?
Right, sir.
Who else আসবে নাকি? Amitabh Bachchan আসবে. Because Amitabh Bachchan lives on advertisement. Look at this. People market challenge. And they want that you should learn it. କିପରି ସେ ଗୋଟେ ପିଲାକୁ ନେଇଗଲା ଲୋକ ଝାଡା ଗଲେ ଓଟା ନେଇକି ଯେମିତି ବସିଲେ ଗୋଟେ ଢିଲା ପକେଇଲା look at this and now you find outside lectin is not there in my childhood in his childhood we have seen outside lectin right or wrong look Kotak, I am from Kotak. Kotak, the toilet was not chila. But the my grandson does not have the idea, cannot believe that we used to go to toilet outside, open air, right? Professor, open air toilet jauti. Or am I clear to you or not? ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଗାଁରେ ବି ନାହିଁ ଗାଁରେ ବି ଟଏଲେଟ ହେଇଗଲାଣି ଲାଟ୍ରିନ୍ ହେଇଗଲାଣି ଗାଁରେ ବି ସେ ଜିନିଷ ନାହିଁ so the change you find that advertisement takes a challenge कौन आप लोगों ने पहुंचा लेगा बुझी में लगी रहे
हाँ सर yes sir yes sir
हमारे imagination करते हैं पिलान को imagination all happen imagination करते हैं emotion अपन create करेंगे emotion create करेंगे you have to create emotion मने को तो मौत छोड़ेगा that the people should not drink. This is another thing. Liquor. The people develop a habit. So how to stop it? How to stop it? You have to create an advertisement. For smoking that केमती चली गला smoking का सुनो Smoking, I was a smoker. I chaligala for my corona. I suffer from corona, severe, like a professor, and I needed 4 cigarettes for my toy. Now I have left it because I could not take it. Huh? Due to corona, I could not. Okay. Though I have problems now also, more from, but what to do? So this you find, smoking is bad, undoubted. There's no doubt about this. There's no, rather there is some good things in drinking, but smoking is bad for health. But how much was spent by the people? Tell me. But they have stopped it because of advertisement. Because of advertisement, they stopped it. Because every day you come across advertisements against smoking. Right or wrong? Tell me yes
Right,
or no.
right, sir, right.
So this is if smoking has stopped now. 90%, their business has gone down. The business has gone down. Very few people smoke, and you cannot smoke openly also. Do you know this or not? You are not allowed to smoke openly. You go to a hall, suppose the airport, they have a smoking room. You go and smoke. You cannot, because you cannot disturb others. So for this you find smoking is injurious to health. They have got advertisement. Look, who created this advertisement? A man like you. Or smokers, not the company. So what I find is your imagination. Creating imagination means your imagination affects others. I gave an image, my friend suddenly picked it up. Oh my God, it's good. Why he said it is good? Because he could catch me. That means that is why they want you to write the advertisement. Because nobody will ask you to write an application, and that application writing is gone. To the principal, to the nobody writes principal. They write like this. But that our time is gone. You have, and what to write? You can just send one. What is that?
Application.
Huh?
Application.
Application can go to the article. I'm not going.
Mail.
Mail is mail. Mail tap kari. Email kichi nahi. Tomuko application amo bale kono. Sir, more ame write lekh. Through the principal, this and that. Sir, more deha apasanda more. All I think nobody has time.
Mail.
Sick mail. The doctor will spark. Sir, Dane Pizza spark.
No envelope, no postcard,
Look at this.
no
The
inland,
time has changed.
only mail.
So, कौन आश्चर्य? तब advertisement आश्चर्य.
Sir.
बोलता तब को सारे advertisement तब. Without advertisement, world will stop ना. Advertisement पाही हमें पहुंची चु. तब सब दिन देखो चो advertisement food ऊपर दिया उची. Food ऊपर है. जो तमरो हॉर्लिक्स अन्य ये से दौची से जो फिल्म एक्टर टा हिंदी रो सब दिन दौची तुम देखियो से सब दे देला तुम लेक्चर जो when you come to write you have to fetch mark right or wrong so you have to teach your students how to write समझे के क्रिएटिव करियो नॉले के एवरेज पढ़िए नहीं एडवर्टाइजमेंट पाई बहुत इमेजिनेशन दरकार जेमते पोएट पाई बुझिबार लगे काई शाहरुख खान को नेले काई अमिताभ को नेले अमिताभ बच्चन रो काई नेले not his tall no he has something तार ब्रेन अच्छी शाहरुख रो ब्रेन नहीं एक्टिंग करी पाई भल एक्टर हवा के तुम ब्रेन दरकार तमे कोड हसेइबो कोड कम देइबो all those things are there your self creation तम आखिटा खोला रहिबो कान खोला रहिबो माउथ शट जेने क्रिएटिव जे हेबो the creativity you must create feeling से हसला हो तारो कोई होउछ एडवर्ट तम किसी करिवनी any type of good advertisement you see it how they capture the market in my time we didn't look at the advertisement we accept whatever teacher or parents said nahi but ethi mon nati is not going to accept it what I said I'm telling you about my grandson because he goes for this advertisement so this course is there that तुमको prose poetry पढ़ाला लाभवान unless you know how to write an advertisement कौन बुझी वाला कि नहीं
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
so
Any other mode
could I
other than
give you
advertisement?
anything did you gain by attending my class
Time will be over 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and tell me
Yes,
yes
sir.
or no.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
you
yes,
see,
sir.
English teaching has changed. We used to write an episode to the principal, to the headmaster, for our poor boys fund or free ship. Now we need not. Now you need not. They don't want such questions. Don't come also. They'll give you a facts, right? Facts. Facts they'll give you. You have to write in proper format. Format, you know, frame, proper frame. Okay? Or you find they ask you to send it through your email. It is there. Email. The question comes. Now, how to write an email?
Online examination.
Online examination. What is that? So nobody is prepared. So yeah, for this also you need imagination and emotion. What I look chimul say party kariben say ki moniso. Buharo. Professor Das reacts because he sees he's a man of principle. I know it. He wants everything to be fair and open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now we come to today's end of the session. Thank you very much. And some next day, some other day has been notified in the timetable, we'll be again meeting with your research person. Thank you very much. Good day. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you,
very much.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.